Zone 4G, official partner of Pubg Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of the Grand Finals of the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Wook Up Your Fun, as I'm joined along with Trooper. And today, we are in for the day of comebacks, like we love to call it, because that is exactly what we are going to be witnessing from the teams today. So yesterday was sort of again QWERTY and Quantum Rage domination. We did even have Team Bablu getting those 2 chicken dinners out there. So 3-4 teams have been doing fairly well, but today is the day where we're going to anticipate if teams like I8 are they going to make a comeback, because everyone, Trooper, here is fighting for this lion's share prize pool. And if anyone is concerned, whoever is the winner gets a direct slot for the PMPL next season.
Yeah, PMPL slot there for the hashtag one position with $10,000. So imagine what you can do with that, and a lot of prizes to be given away as well for different hashtags. But how are they going to be decided? That is the point system right here in front of us. 15 points for the chicken, 1 kill per point. The important things out there. And as you mentioned, Pixel, the day for comebacks. There are so many teams out there that are under the radar. They could not perform the way they were wanting to on the very first day, and they would be looking to make a comeback. Team Star would also be sort of be decent. They're in a decent position right now, but they really got to try harder. Even for Team NV, they're almost like on the same position, 9th or the 10th inside the overall ranking. But Team Sky, what have they done? They really need to make a comeback, and so does Esports from this.
I think more than everyone, I would love to see Freestyle pulling off a comeback today, because this is one of the teams that we have high hopes from, and they haven't been in the thick and thin of things. And same goes for North Esports. I mean, Team Max yesterday played a really good game. So I've got to see if, other teams do step up. So the same can be said for, X Generation, TMW, and Lost. Again, a squad that's absolutely lost. I don't know, in the shadows. I don't know what they're up to, what they're doing. But either ways, they've got to do something to come back right in. And before we have the day started with us, we of course have to take a quick look at the overall standings, because we do see that segregation over here. We've got QWERTY, Quantum Rage, Team Bablu really being very close to each other, but then there's this partition, and that's where teams like Max, I8, and Bottle chime in.
Certainly they do, and it's really going to be important for all these teams on the page number 2 today, because if not a real comeback, they at least need to get a start over here. Teams like Lost Esports and TMW and did not even start yesterday, so it's going to be very important for all these 3 teams to make sure to bag in some points in the early games as well. So let's see. We have seen North Esports do a little bit of comeback inside the semi-finale as well. So really, I would be hopeful and look out for what they are going to do. But other than that, as you mentioned, it's going to be the day. The eyes are going to be on Freestyle. What are they going to do? Because yesterday they were just everywhere, but not very good on the points table.
You know, my eyes were sort of, gazed upon Unpredictable and X Generation's logo. They're quite familiar, though. It's just the color templates. I mean, I would urge, the team owners to get a little bit more crafty because, these logos, we think we've seen that in the past, but either ways, coming back to the games that we have today lined up for you guys. So, yeah, so we're having two Miramars today instead of two
Yes.
Sanhoks. So that is an additional plus one again. So we were talking about Team Bablu. They're having a stellar run so far, the way they've been playing. And if you take a look at their head-to-head, all right. So you've got QWERTY. Look at the damage being dealt. I mean, that's massive. Like some big numbers coming out. But again, Team Bablu, courtesy to those two chickens, they've been doing fairly well. I think QWERTY has sort of been inconsistent. Either they go big or they just go home. That is one area where they can really work out on. Bablu, on the other hand, has been more consistent, but not a lot of kills, right? So I would have loved to see, a specific, graphics prepared for maybe Team Quantum Rage because let's be honest, Trooper, we both love that underdog story, and we're looking at these two teams, they're the big guns from their region. So QWERTY coming in, they really impressed us. But I want to see if today they can sort of carry forward this momentum that they've built for themselves.
It's going to be a very important day, right? Everyone has got a start over here. They've all played all the first six matches, and in the next six, they're going to define how they're going to move ahead inside the overall standings or not. So there are teams who are looking to make the comeback, but there's a different, completely ball game that is being played on
Yeah.
the first page. And Team QWERTY, Team Bablu are the start of that page already. I8 would be looking to make a comeback and make an impact inside the top three, maybe by the end of the day. So that is what I8 has got to do. But Team Bablu, by the looks of it, they have cracked the code. They're getting decent points averagely, and that is very important for that team. They've almost got like 50 points inside the placement section, and that is really good. But talk about the seed.
Yeah.
I8, they were not looking good inside the semi-finalist stage. They were looking to try different strategies, which is completely okay. Even in the finale, they're continuing to do so, but they're not getting the similar kind of results with the strategies they used to do in the past 6 months. So that is the thing right now. I do not like blame them for using the new strategies out there, which is a very important thing considering the fact that we have even today and every single day of the grand finale they are going to play in three Erangels. So I think it's time for them to go back to military base. I'm so sorry to say that, so say it to them, because I've always been bragging that you should drop on take a different drop or something, but now you're not getting a result. And a national championship grand finale is not a place to try for new strategies. You really need to make a comeback, and for this, if you have to go back to your tried and tested strategies for a few matches, there's no wrong with that.
This is where I kind of like to beg to differ a little bit. I think I have not had a huge issue with, I trying a different drop location. But what I would really have a complaint with now is with Johnny and Usim, right? They haven't really been clicking things off because Johnny, as one of those entries, you would expect him to be, try to stay alive in those fights, but he never makes it to the fight, right? He always gets picked off from a different angle. So survival has to be the key for both these players. Now we do know that this team thrives in teamwork, right? They need to have that proper teamwork, and the positioning is going to be absolutely essential during fights. So yesterday we did see that 2-2 split in the final game of Erangel, which really did not pay off. I mean, the same thing happened in Miramar. Again, it was Trinda and Crypto trying to survive for the maximum amount of time. So I think Johnny needs to really go big for to ensure that I8 has a really good day. I think in terms of the drop, to be honest, let's be blunt away. It has really helped it because the majority of the circles that had it around Ruzok, let's say Gatka, or maybe towards the eastern side, which is much more traversable considering to their past drop location, where it was always military base and you always had a team sort of bridge camping them. So that is one thing that they did work on, but however they were not looking really comfortable while rotating around. So if they can fix that, maybe things are going to change as we head into game number one of today's evening. A huge shout out to our network sponsors, Zong 4G, for making this event happen. And of course, I mean, all you lads out there, if you are still struggling with internet issues, with really bad pings, you need to call these guys up. They're gonna completely hook you up with some amazing internet plans that are gonna make sure that your experience playing the battlegrounds over here is mesmerizing. That being said, Trooper, the flight path trajectory, walk me down with it.
Certainly, from the northern shores towards the western edge of that military island over there. And let's see where the team of I-8 is going to jump over here, because I don't see them jump towards that Rozok and Water City split over there. So let's see what they are going to do over here. It's going to be very important. And now it's time for other teams. Look at Quantum Rage. They're headed towards that Georgiapol area once again. And Team Star is going to fall inside Severny. Yes, Naya Poliana looks crowded already, but I just hope that Dead Squad is the only team that is dropping inside there. And Team QWERTY is just hovering over Yasnaya Poliana to move towards Lipov. Once again, we can see I8 jumping very late here in this free path and moving towards military base. I think Vixas, what you were saying is absolutely correct. I have no doubt whatsoever. But there's just one more point. And look at the circle before that. Just look at the circle. They're jumping inside military base, and the circle is exactly what they would have wanted. The only thing that I just wanted to add in that point that you made was that every time you change a strategy, if you change the drop location, your hot locations also change, and not every player does not adapt that quickly and becomes very comfortable. So that might be the only problem that they would be facing, and we are just contemplating, right? I'm just contemplating that this might be the problem that they would be facing, and they know it, right? What is going to work for them and not, and they tried a different strategy. Very good, and that is the way to go, right? They would understand what to do, what not to do. But now look at this. Once again, they are here inside military base, and they're using those split compounds. So they're going to play that military base bridge, and that is going to be an interesting affair to watch out for.
I mean, they've got to thank their stars considering the kind of a draw, the circle they did get, and I think this kind of slyly hurt you, right? You wanted to see them back in the military base. Here they are. Now, this is where we are talking about Team I8 being in the comfort zone, right? This is where they tend to flourish. So, what is going to be really important for them right now is head in, get their loot, and instantly rotate out. So, the big question still remains: is circle gonna shrink down inside the military base, or is it going to go somewhere around maybe the radio tower, or maybe towards Novorepnoy or the area around that? Because in those certain circles, the most two common circles that we do witness is either the military base area or that a little bit of an eastern side around the Novorep region, right? But right off the bat, we're looking at Uzum, sort of going for a bridge gap, and even Crypto is going to chime in. And well, Freestyle did want to make some early rotation over here, but they went for some clobbering by Uzum, and all the mistakes that he committed yesterday is definitely worked on it, and today is looking really sharp.
This is where he's comfortable, right? This duo is comfortable over here. We have seen them perform at this end of the map so many times, and that is exactly what they're going to figure out. And that is exactly what they're doing. And look at this, more people for freestyle. So this is not the day of comebacks. It's the day of heartbreaks in the first game for freestyle over here. Taran, the last player, just surviving over here. And I think the strategy is very old. It's not going to work with these new players. They're all set and ready, and they know when this type of a circle appears, a lot of teams want to rotate, and we have seen some action on the bridge in the 3rd minute of the game, ladies and gentlemen. And I absolutely love the way these lads have sort of understood the meta over here, and they knew that there's going to be a team who's going to try that early rotation, pick up a vehicle and move in, and those are going to be free kills, and they just hunted upon them.
And the best part is I-8 has got a lot of information to really play around with, because the moment the players have lost, in fact, got knocked, they sort of knew that there is again another team in the nearby vicinity. So they do have some info to work around with. They know that two teams, of course, they've crossed over to that southern island, so they're gonna play accordingly. But taking a look at Team NBB, I think I-8 is sort of aware about this thing. As X Generation, they're also rotating pretty early, and Thug has taken quite some damage. But still, however, he manages to be alive. But right now, I don't think the players of X Generation are gonna take the risk of trying to cross over again, without Thug having a really formidable position inside, maybe in some of these areas. But now, taking a look at I-8, now this is where my concern really starts. They've got no loot to work around with. Look at Crypto. He's barely just on that level 1 helmet, has got a level 2 vest, but it's fine. But where's the meds? Where are the utilities? So he needs some loot. And considering so much action is about to get started, I do not know if they're actually prepared to fend it off.
I think both the two players in the split situation have looted up the entire military base, so they got to help them with some extra loot because they've got the good kills for their team and the bonus kills for the team in the early half. And yes, you got to share some loot, but you got to make sure they only had a little bit of a compound to loot at this point,
Yeah.
right? So they got to go a little defensive. They got to be absent for a little while and make sure they get those important utilities because we know that the players of these caliber, like Crypto and Museum, what they can do with a good amount of utilities in their hands, and that is going to be a very important thing for them. So you got to decide wisely when are you going to be aggressive and when are you going to go for that loot. And now look at this, Museum is here, just one first aid, and oh, and this beautiful, beautiful skin on the cube out there. So now they are moving towards military base because there would have been a certain part of military base that wouldn't have been looted by the teammate, and now he's going to head right towards there. You gotta help your teammate loot, right? And that is exactly what this team is doing here right now.
I mean, every time I will take a candor at this kid, and I kind of feel bad, but it's all right. But yeah, getting back to business, if we talk about Team I8, now this is something really clever.
Yeah.
Get those 2 kills, get back to military base, get your basic loot done, and then start re-engaging again. But Team NB. We're looking at them, just trying to get as much information as possible. They know that X Generation has managed to cross off. Now, Appsow's only job was maybe to just collect recon over here because considering Team Envy's approach, he's the only player out over here. He's just there to make sure that this compound is secure. He's trying to fend his enemies off, and like you mentioned, that is also quite a relevant point where we are talking about sharing the loot. So 3 players can definitely give few band-aids, first aids, few bullets, few grenades away to just that one lad who is apparently doing a really, really difficult job of keeping himself alive at the same time, securing that compound for your team. But
Yeah.
we do have the players of unpredictable, just scouring around the lad where NFP Skies Ash, he's sort of overwhelmed. He wanna just take a few shots at the players, but he decides right now it's just the time to hide.
Because this is what happens, right? In a big tournament, this is what happens. Like generally inside from the Pakistan region, this is what we were missing in the group stages, or even inside the semi-finale. There was no action, there was no urgency inside the first 10 minutes. Now these are strategical moves that are coming in. Freestyle got a strategical move; they wanted to move in quickly, but I8 had an answer for that. Lost Esports, they jumped in a different location altogether. Unpredictable. Look where they are finding themselves at a strategical move just towards the northern side of that base. QWERTY rotating late over there, TMW rotating late, and all these teams are finding themselves in a good position at this point. I'm really impressed the kind of way the level has gone up inside the grand finale on this first game. To be really honest, I'm really impressed. Let's see if they're going to continue the good work together as an entire region here or not, and that is what we're going to keep an eye on. But look at the split right now, the kind of split that Museum, Johnny, Trinda are playing with, and Crypto are playing with. It's a big, big split, and there are teams that are lurking around on the military island already through the Nova Bridge, even through the military bridge over there. We have got Team Sky that is now trying to cross the bridge over there. They've stationed themselves just towards the northern part. Even Team Bablu just arriving towards those scattered compounds as the zone shifts a little bit towards the Nova containers and those high grounds just towards the military base area. So it's going to get very important for all these teams that are already present on the military island, that where are they going to station themselves?
Yeah, I think it is indeed going to be really, really important. Their positioning especially. But we do have a fight. Finally the silence has been broken. We've got the players of Lost in some engagement against the players of Portal Esports. Now, again, a lot of bridge camp fights are about to happen as we take a look at NFP Sky. But I do not see any fights around here in this region. Yes, finally we are back to where we really want to be. We've got Belief right beside him is Mom too, trying to just escape out from this particular situation. But I think it's going to be so difficult considering Belief did spot him, but decided not to take shots because he's got that AK. I'm pretty sure he must not have a lot of ammunition. He'd did not really bother wasting over there, which is a quite good decision. But at the same time, Lost getting 2 kills. But again, Unknown being picked off, I have mixed thoughts about, if Lost should be actually happy with a 3-man squad right now, because at the end game, you do need all your 4 players alive to make sure you've got your chances really strong in winning the chicken dinner. But today's games are going to be so important, for teams like I8, for teams like Max, to make a comeback and go a fight for the title. Because as you all know, we've just got that one slot from the NC to the PMPL directly. So considering I8 not really having an invite, they've got to play through PMCOs. Maybe if things get settled down here, if they win this tournament, then it's a direct ticket.
It's certainly going to be, and they're going to keep all the possibilities going in their favor as well. But look at what do we have here. Rotations coming in. Max Esports getting very close to that spot over here, and this is the southern part of the main island, right? And
Yeah.
they are going to cross. Going to look to cross this river pretty soon. And Max Esports, they've come in from Pochinki. Dead Squad coming in from Yasnaya Polana. So these teams have the utilities. They have the loot that we talk of, and let's see how they're going to utilize it. But in a different part, unpredictable, that we're holding a strategical ridge already. I've started to hurt a team of Quantum Rage over here. So let's see how that fight is also going off. But for now, Max Esports sort of looking not to give away any information, just trying to survive over there. But somehow, that squad have found where Dread is present. So they're just trying to direct their scopes exactly towards Dread right now. But let's see when are they actually going to get an opening over here.
All right. It's going to be interesting, Maxed and Death Squad. We haven't really seen a lot out of Death Squad, a few good skirmishes, but Maxed have definitely been the better team yesterday in terms of how they've, managed to place themselves in terms of standings. And Usam this time takes a dig at Asad, and I think this is where Max need to understand that they're not the only ones who are in that region. Of course, they've got a team in front of them, but there's a third team who apparently has taken down the players, and I'm starting to wonder if they can actually get the rest back up, because NFP Sky, they did have that. Lighthouse compound over there, but apparently it has been taken by Quantum Rage, who are indeed taking a lot of bullets. But this sort of a zone shift kind of completely opens up the game. Now they know exactly where the zone is headed, and I8, I must say, are in a very commanding spot.
They are, and but I'm not just able to figure out what QWERTY is thinking right now. Still on the main island, they don't have a lot of area to play with. But Team Quantum Rage have a good spot. That lighthouse area that they are controlling right now is inside the zone, and they are giving a big damage to the lads of unpredictable and enemies. Sky over here, though, looking to rotate, and Quantum Rage sitting on top of the ridge over there and just hurting, just hunting them down, not allowing to cross the bridge without any casualties. They picked up a kill for themselves. Even Halsey is taking shots. Just one more bullet and he might be down over there. But somehow, that's an excellent getaway for the lads of NFP. They've just lost one player and no one was here to at the southern part of the bridge. So it's a getaway that has been successfully executed. But coming back to the main to the southern island once again, we've got Team Envy, X Generation looking to get into action, and they're just trying to hurt each other over here. But look at that, Team Envy, KSF goes down. This is X Generation in move. Sexy Pistol, his head is visible to Pan. That is why the M4 is out. He just might look to hurt him. And is he going to get the knock? Yes, he is going to. Even Emma is already pulling inside the vehicle. And he's going to pull himself out and going down to Pan's M4 over there. And now we have got the AKM. He's already got through. Oh, he almost got the third knock over here. Absol turns him down and denies him that third knock. That's what we're going to look for. Even KSF comes to the party. He was knocked down a little while earlier, but he got the revive just in time, and they hurt X Generation significantly over here and eliminated them out of the game.
I mean, right now looking at this fight, I mean, we all knew, right? And we had that information as to where exactly X Generation was. It when it was just matter of minutes before they actually ended up taking a fight. Now, the only problem I had was with X Generation's positioning in that one. In terms of numbers, well, they were kind of evened out at a certain point. They did get a few knocks, but there was not that, I could not really see that proactiveness visible where they actually wanted to go in and try and eliminate the squad. And I think Team Envy, they were more hungrier than usual and had no trouble in sort of showing that aggression. Did manage to take them off, but their woes are not yet over because they've got quite a lot of squads around them. You've got I8 completely having a beautiful map control. But look at Team Bablu. I think that they've done a phenomenal rotation again. If you're rotating from as far as from George Paul to all the way over here, and still having a really commanding position in the circle, you're doing something really right. And talk about doing things really right again. Quantum Bridge and Kurama. How on earth is he still alive? Has he been spotted?
I don't think so. He just got away, and and just before entering the zone, he made sure to loot that crate over there as well. So, oh, wow, that was a really risky move, but yeah, nice nerve control over there from him. He knew exactly that he had a little bit of time over there, and which he utilized beautifully. So the next airdrop also inside the game, but we've still got 14 teams. I was really impressed with QWERTY. The way they just waited out and took the damage from the blue zone and used the Novo Bridge for their rotation. It was a very uh, brilliantly neat rotation that they have executed, and they're going to get a lot of open spaces towards the Novo Bridge right now, and they will look to station and cement themselves on a ridge over there. But for now, we have got Max Esports who have already swam down towards the military base and their military base island, and now they're finding a team inside the compound over there, and that is, I believe, North Esports, and it goes down over here. Zameen running out in the open has been picked off. This is not looking good for North Esports. As you mentioned, Pixels, this was supposed to be the day of comeback, and North Esports, TMW, these were the teams that I was looking out for, but clearly some mistakes being executed by North Esports over here, and let's see how they're going to overcome the situation that they have found themselves in.
I mean, they're way too much out in the open, and Sabine had been instrumental, a player in North Esports really making a comeback. Had been the top fragger for this game, at least during the group stages. I'm not really sure about the semis, but right now, I mean, taking a look at Max, I really like their rotation, and this is where Team I8 really tends to get so deadly, because if they have a very good spot, they tend to really capitalize on it, and this is where my concern for Team QWERTY sort of comes in. You still have four of your players. You kind of like to play around the edges, but for how long? Now, Quantum Rage taking an early exit. So, back-to-back bad games. Yesterday, even the final game wasn't really the way they would have wanted to, because they just could get at least just 1 point. So they've still, yet to hit that 100 mark. But I8, the kind of start that these lads have had, if they sort of get a chicken, which is quite possible over here considering how they're playing, I'm pretty sure by the end of today's evening, if they have a consistent run, they're going and taking the first spot away from Team QWERTY.
Certainly they can. Certainly they can. It is a team that can take hashtag one position in any tournament, and they are sort of in between strategies, I would say, and that is why they're looking to make a comeback today. And let's see how they're going to perform. But look at this beautiful work from our viewers. This is just the western edge of the existing circle. When the new fifth circle is just about to shape up, we have got the Lost Esports lad holding this side of the ridge, and then we had a dead squad holding the other side, and far towards the edge we had the lads of TMW without any significant amount of cover to play with, so you will not see a lot of movement coming in from them. So let's see how they are going to try to rotate, because look at the areas, even towards the north and towards the south of TMW, everything is clustered right now, and they just got to
Ooh.
play the waiting game, because zone is far off from where they are. But I8 are going to find themselves controlling this new southern edge of the fifth circle, and they just got to clear their backs, and that is why they're looking on that side of the ridge, where they're going to find Team Star, who may be just trying to lurk around and come inside. Even Crypto on the other side is looking to control the eastern edge, from where Team QWERTY have stationed themselves beautifully, and he's looking to just find them out and hurt them. Let's see if he's going to get successful here or not.
I mean, this is where, my concern for Team I gets real, right? The fights that they're going to pick up. If they're going to take shots at Team QWERTY, I'm pretty sure Team Star might just find Crypto with his pants down. And I believe Crypto has been spotted. Now, Voltrax has his eyes set on towards that lonesome survivor from Portal Esports. That's going to be Momtu in this case. But taking a look at how Team Max have been playing, sure, they've lost a player, but they're getting a lot of knocks here and there. And finally, Crypto managing to spot out players of Team Star. I think what would be really wise for them right now is to first deal with the players of Star and then go for QWERTY, because you do not really want to be having your attention focused elsewhere while you're fighting against Team QWERTY over here. But Team Bablu, again playing that 2-2 split, had some difficulties, but I believe they've sort of overcome them. And there you have it, going after the boys from TMW. A team lost. Well, they just have that 3 players in their team. Gotta see how far can they get. But Wolf is just heavily relying on that heal battle. But for how long? That's the question.
Yeah, they're definitely trying, but they're getting pinned down as well. So Believe is the last guy inside the zone who is standing up over there. The last teammate, Wolf, is just outside. So that's a very troublesome situation over there for the team. And look at this. This is I8, who they're beautifully controlling the southern edge, not allowing any team to get inside. And even Johnny, he's concentrated towards the center half as well. He's clearing out spaces for the next circle maybe. But look at how Uzium and Trenda, they've just controlled the southern edge so beautifully, not allowed any team to prevail. But I would like to see what Crypto is doing right now and how is he engaging, or is he not? Okay, he's already inside the vehicle. He's not engaging with Team QWERTY. He just found out that there was a team over there, but he made sure he did not overcome it himself because his team has other reservations to take care of, and that's exactly what I would expect from Crypto right now, playing together with his team, and that is how they're going to get the results. But look at Bablu. They're getting pinned down over here. That squad, I found them, and look at this. This might just be Team Bablu's elimination. 2 of the lads surviving in the smoke. What goes out as well. Slibian is in a very difficult situation, and that is going to be the end for Team Bablu over here.
Yeah, I mean, they were in such a terrible position, right? Having a low ground, being right out in the open, just having covers from smoke. But this is where, Johnny really gets scary. And look at IH, you've still got 17 players alive, and they're sitting at, 14 kills only. And I'm not going to be surprised if they're going to hit that 20 marker, the 20 bomb, because just when we were thinking it's 14, they've made it 16.
And even that squad gets eliminated over there. So it's a pure dominating game that IA is playing towards that side. Even Team QWERTY has got a lot to contribute to that for the clearing of the entire squads that are happening. Look at Wolverine with that Car 98 getting a headshot on Envy right now, and look at the distance of that shot over there. It would have been absolutely amazing if we could see that in the replay. Once again, okay, he was switching to the Car 98, but back for the M4 now. Let's see, with the 4x on it, we have got 3 players from Envy inside that vicinity, and they've got a good cover to play with. But the problem for Team Envy is now that the cover is outside the zone and they're going to rotate, but they're going to rotate after the revival. But they've got Wolverine's eyes set on them, and look at him, he might just go down once again, and he does. But yes, that's a Car 98 shot. That's a body shot once again from him, but he was on a really low HP. But that is going to be the end for Team Envy. Why were you lurking around, leaving your open, leaving your cover, and just running outside? Made sure you popped in the first hit behind the ball and then maybe come out of cover. It was a clear mistake from Team NB over there, but Sexy Pistol is going to be the only player who's going to survive from that team over there. But North Esports do not get that luck. They have been eliminated by I8, cleared off completely, beautifully by this team. And the comeback that you were speaking of has got to be really tested for I8 right now, because they've got the maximum number of players inside the circle, but so has Team QWERTY. It's a big challenge. Sexy Pistol is going to be the catalyst here. Let's see what it's going to do.
Okay, so now things have started getting really interesting. Khan, I believe he's going to spot out Sex Pistol at very, very low HP, and he's going to have no trouble in taking him down, but somehow this lad is still alive.
I want Sexy Pistol eliminated. Now, what do we have here? 4v4. Team QWERTY versus I8. This is the PUBG Mobile National Championship Pakistan. None of them is hurt right now, but Destroyer gets down over here. He's been opened up by the lad over there by Team I8, and they've just got the first knock. How is Voltrix going to deal with this? He's trying to buy some time, just throwing random nades out in the open. Wolverine from the backline is trying to find some cover for his team, and where's the flank? Khan has been knocked over here, and Team I8 is looking to dominate. They're just telling us why they are number 1 seeded, and Museum getting knocked over there, but Crypto is just right behind him. He has the exact information. The nade is being cooked by Crypto, and let's see if we're going to get some results out of this nade. Yes, we are going to see. Khan gets eliminated by that nade over there, and now Crypto with a follow-up nade on Wolverine. This is not a very good position for Wolverine. Even Wolfenstein should survive with the cover of the buggy right now, but Johnny, Crypto, they're making sure to pin them down, and even Museum is getting a revive right now. Wolverine gets eliminated as we speak, and the last player, Vortex remaining, he has also been picked off. So inside the final circle, IA dominating over Team QWERTY in a 4v4 situation. And on the day number 2, the opening game, they go away with the all-important 15 points for the chicken. 22 kills in total. What to say?
Too easy for I8 is all I can say, because you give them the zone, you give them the map control, you give them the circle, they're gonna do whatever it takes to punish you, and this is what we've been talking about, right? My man Johnny, in this particular case, he needs to go big in order to make sure that Team I8 are in contention for that first spot. And well, I mean, breaking records, that's the way my boys do it. That's the way the boys come in, and that's the way they fight. Again, you know, so much to discuss in this particular game in terms of analysis, because you start off, we have a certain circle. This is where they do realize that we're going to keep 2 players right off the bat, you know, just holding off the bridge while the other 2 sort of rotate. Instantly get 2 kills and then retreat back to the military base, get your loot done fast, and then make a movement around those northern hilly area that we had. Now, this is one of those common circles that we tend to witness a lot, right? Either that or a bit towards the western side. But either ways, those hill controls get really crucial. Now, I think I really felt I8 won the game in the 5th circle itself, considering the map control they had, the kind of a spread they had, the split, and the moment Team Star was dealt with, this game was theirs. Now, Team QWERTY, on the other hand, was really silent throughout the match. What they were really focusing on is the rotations, and even in that end fight, you know, considering the lads of QWERTY were going after Team Envy when it was a Mexican standoff, I'm pretty sure, you know, the boys from QWERTY knew exactly where the players of QWERTY are. And in that final fight, I really felt, yeah, Johnny did make a lot of difference. 9 kill, 1020. He's a monster. But the difference, the game was won when Twinda went for a flank, and none of the players of QWERTY did even see that coming. So the moment I believe he's got that knock on Twit's Wolverine, it was game over for QWERTY. Despite the fact that Uzum was knocked out, did not really matter, because again, just on the basis of their positioning and map control, I8 had such a good time, and well, the kills, the results, the points, you know, display how dominating they were.
37 points fixes. Are you kidding me? 37
Record,
points
yeah.
in a competitive game, in a national championship game. Whoa, they've just decimated. They've made a big statement. They've told everyone. And who have they beaten inside the final circle? Team QWERTY, a 4v4 fair contest, and I8 just telling why are they the hashtag 1 seeded team over here. Look at that, 22 kills. What a performance, mind-blowing performance. I don't think even all the other teams added up on the top 8 spot have got 32 kills over there. That's an amazing, significant number. Big number coming in from I8 over there. They've just dominated this lobby completely over here, and what a game. I'm just so excited how they are going over here, and let's see what they're going to do inside the future. Team Bablu getting 3 points, not a very good start for them, but TMW also not getting a really good one. North Esports not in this place, okay, they've got a decent start, but what have I8 pulled off over here? Imagine, I'm giving you a fact over here. Yesterday, 6 matches played, unpredictable, could only get 32 points after all the 6 matches combined. And in this one and only game, I8 have got 37. They were on the hashtag 9 position, unpredictable.
I mean, again, we're making a David and Goliath comparison over here, and it's imperative that, you know, I8 is, of course, the strongest squad. You never know. I mean, we both being the underdog patrons, you never know. Unpredictable might just be the ones dominating in the next championship. So, yeah, you know, getting back to the Oppo F19 Pro moments, Team Freestyle completely caught with their pants down in those engagements early on, completely getting wiped out. But I did see some nice research urgency coming in from Lost, considering how lost they really were. They seem to have found that that pace today. They've understood, making hasty decisions, really trying to do trying to go after personal vendetta is not going to help you out. But again, the storyline does continue. I mean, I8 being such an amazing team over here, and I mean, it was pretty simple, right? It all came down to their drops, to their fights that they picked, to the covers that they had, and the more important than that, I think I would urge all our viewers to always keep a look at the map feed, how well they were spread apart, right?
Yeah.
They did not let other teams have good control over the map. Now, good control over the map means good positioning, means a lot of damage. 2,736 points, so 22 kills out of this. This is nuts. This is insane. This is sick.
And once again, talking about the good fights and the important fights to pick up, Crypto had spotted Team QWERTY over there. He was just scoping in on them, but his teammates were clearing the backline, so he made sure to not commit into that fight, and that is very important. Look at this. Before the start of this game, only two teams had 90 plus points, Team QWERTY and Team Quantum Race, but what a comeback. Wow. What a comeback, and we've still got 5 more matches to go, 2 more Erangels to go, and this is what I was talking about earlier in the day. We got to come back to their strategies in Erangel, and that is exactly what they have done. And look at the results. They're just telling why they are the most celebrated team inside the entire Pakistan region, and I don't think there's any stopping for this team to be really.
Right now, I'm not gonna step on the gun. Right, this one game was impeccable. I know today's the day where I8 has set their standards really high, but we're talking about now this is a point where we sort of bring the comparison between QWERTY and I8. Now, QWERTY has been one of those teams that really dominates locally, right? In the local events, in the local tournaments. You talk about the campus championship. You talk about the national championship. That's where they thrive. Now, I8 is one of the teams that really performs on the international level. Now, they've been under certain organizations. They've gone through a rough past. They've sort of started overcoming every other thing. Now, today's games, of course, now Crypto is one of those players that I do know that he's going to be consistent for sure. But for I8 to really succeed, like I always said, it's going to be so important for Johnny, for Uzim to really step up on both the fronts, and they indeed did that. Now, once 4 of these players are alive, once they've fixed their rotation, once they fixed their positioning, this chicken dinner ought to happen. Now, they've closed in on that gap. Quantum Rage again, falling out really early. The same can be said for Team Bablu, where they were in a really precarious position and could not do much. But that sort of gave enough room for Team QWERTY to make, in fact, Team I8 to make a comeback. But in game number 2, things can change for Team Bablu. But before that, we're going to be heading for a shuttle break. You guys just stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
हेलो एवरीवन, अस्सलाम वालेकुम और वेलकम बैक टू अनदर सेगमेंट ऑफ नो योर चैंपियंस। और इस बार जो हमारे पास चैंपियन मौजूद रहेंगे दैट इज समवन फ्रॉम टीम स्काई। स्काई के खतीर यहाँ पर हमारे साथ मौजूद रहेंगे, सो उनको वेलकम करेंगे और साथ ही उनसे पहला सवाल ये पूछेंगे कि आपकी टीम ने पीएमसी को डोमिनेट किया था लेकिन पीएमएनसी में टीम स्ट्रगल कर रही है, तो क्या रीजन है इसके पीछे, इस परफॉर्मेंस के चेंज के पीछे क्या रीजन निकल कर आया?
इसका मेन रीज़न ये था कि हमने पीएमसी को जब डोमिनेट किया था, हम एक इमर्जिंग टीम थे। इमर्जिंग टीम के तौर पे तो हम क्वालिफायर्स वगैरह और प्रैक्टिस वगैरह अपनी पीक पे रखते हैं, क्योंकि एक टीम को पहुंचने की वो होती है ना कि पीएमसी को खेलना है, पीएमसी को जीतना है, और मतलब एक एम होता है, एक बंदे का गोल होता है, तो इसलिए फिर हम उस पर डोमिनेट किया उसमें। और भी हमारी टीम के काफ़ी रीजन से, बाकी भी रीजन से। जब हमारा पीएमएनसी की बारी आई, हमारी टीम्स के ड्रॉप क्लैशेस की इशू आ गए, ड्रॉप चेंजेस हमारी टीम में हुए, हमारी टीम के आईजीएल चेंजेस की इशू आए हैं, हमारी टीम में आईजीएल चेंज हुए हैं और रोल स्विच हुए टीम्स के टीममेट्स के आपस में। तो वो रोल्स बिठाने में, रोल्स को करने में, स्ट्रेटजी चेंज करने में, स्ट्रेटजी अडॉप्ट करने में, प्ले स्टाइल अडॉप्ट करने में, उसमें हमारी टीम में फिर इश्यूज आए, फेस कर रहे हैं हम, अभी तक फेस कर रहे हैं वो इश्यूज।
आई होप आपके इश्यूज हैं वो बहुत जल्दी सॉर्ट आउट हो जाएं। खैर अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं कि जिस तरह से आपकी टीम ने पीएमसीओ में टॉप 2 जो है वो स्पॉट होल्ड किया था अपने लिए, तो क्या लगता है आपको पीएमएनसी में यही कंसिस्टेंसी शो करके आप उसी तरह की परफॉर्मेंस निकाल कर आप टॉप 3 आ सकते हैं?
एग्जैक्टली ये आपकी बात बिल्कुल ठीक है। पीएमसीसी में हम रनर अप थे पीएमसीसी के, और पीएमएनसी में अभी तक तो हमारी परफॉर्मेंस ओवरऑल अच्छी नहीं रही, हमें खुद पता है इस बात का। हमारे सारे सपोर्टर्स भी सारे डिसअपॉइंट हैं, हमारे सारे कोचेज़ वगैरह वो सब भी हमें समझा रहे हैं, हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं लगातार इसको ओवरकम करने की। जो इश्यूज आ रहे हैं टीम में जो भी हैं, तो अब कोशिश तो हमारी, देखिए हर टीम का ये गोल तो यही होता है ना कि टॉप करना है, टॉप 2 टॉप 3, तो बेस्ट तो हम अपना करेंगे टॉप 2 टॉप 3 आने की। अब बाकी फिर इंशाल्लाह देखते हैं।
जी हाँ, देखते हैं किस तरह से आपकी टीम परफॉर्म करती है। अगले सवाल की तरफ जाएंगे हम कि आपकी टीम हमेशा अर्ली फाइट में अपने प्लेयर्स को लूज़ कर जाती है। हमने बहुत दफ़ा ऐसा देखा है कि शुरू की कुछ फाइट्स होती हैं उसमें आप अपने प्लेयर्स लूज़ कर रहे होते हैं, तो क्या अब आप इसको ओवरकम करेंगे फाइनल्स में? बिकॉज फाइनल्स में आपको बिल्कुल भी मौका नहीं मिलने वाला इस तरह की मिस्टेक्स का।
अच्छा जी, इसको हम ओवरकम करने की तो ऑब्वियस बात है, कोशिश तो ज़रूर करेंगे, इसको हम ट्राई भी कर रहे हैं। हम आपस में जूम कॉल्स पे भी आते हैं, डिस्कस करते हैं रोटेशंस को। रोटेशंस में हमारे बंदे अर्ली मर जाते हैं। इसका प्रॉपर एक तो सोल्यूशन हमने ये भी निकाला है कि हम अब साथ रोटेशन वगैरह ये सब चीज़ें साथ करनी पड़ेंगी। अगली टीम 4 बंदे आते हैं, हमारा एक बंदा उस टाइम पीछे एंड से आ रहा होता है रोटेट करते करते। तो इसका हमने यही सोल्यूशन निकाला था, साथ रोटेट करेंगे, साथ जो भी करना है, जीना मरना बस साथ ही हो, अब जो भी हो जैसा भी हो।
अगले सवाल की तरफ हम जाते हैं कि पीएमपीएल आपके लिए जो वो कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है?
ये आपने बड़ा तो क्या कहते हैं इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल कर लिया हमारे लिए, क्योंकि अब आपको पता है एक इमर्जिंग टीम है हम, तो इमर्जिंग टीम के लिए मतलब गोल तो पीएमपीएल ही होता है। अब जैसे टीम्स है पीएमजीसी गोल, ये सब मतलब हमारे लिए पहला स्टेज जो है पीएमजीसी पहुंचने का, वो सब तो पहला पीएमपीएल ही है। तो हमारा ग्रुप में भी मोटिव और ग्रुप में लोगों बस यही है, पीएमजीसी इज़ द गोल, पीएमपीएल इज़ द गोल। कोशिश हम हर तरीके से करते रहते हैं। पीएमएनसी में भी इस दफ़ा एक पीएमपीएल का स्लॉट है, अपनी बेस्ट कर ट्राई करेंगे पीएमपीएल जाने की, नंबर जीत के पीएमएनसी जीत के, और टीएमसीओ से भी पीएमपीएल का चांस है। तो मतलब मिस तो हम करना नहीं चाहेंगे कभी भी, हमारे लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मैटर करता है पीएमपीएल।
कोई मैसेज जो आप अपनी फैमिली को और अपने सपोर्टर्स को देना चाहते हो?
फैमिली सपोर्ट्स को यही मैसेज देना चाहेंगे कि बस आप हार्ड टाइम्स में भी सपोर्ट करते रहें। क्या कहते हैं, प्लास्टिक फैंस ना बने आप। क्या कहते हैं कि आप अच्छे टाइम्स में आप सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं और फिर बैड फेज जाता है टीम पे, मर रहे होते हैं या रोटेशंस पे मर रहे हैं और लूज़ कर रहे हैं टूर्नामेंट, तो आप कहने लग जाएंगे। तो इंशाल्लाह आपको प्रूफ करके दिखाएंगे।
चलें, गुड लक फॉर द फाइनल्स, और उम्मीद है कि आप फाइनल्स में जो है वो अपने फैंस को प्रूफ करके दिखाएंगे परफॉर्मेंस के साथ। लेकिन दोस्तों, ये थे हमारे पास टीम स्काई के खतीर, जिनसे हमने कुछ सवाल पूछे। मजीद सवालों के साथ और मजीद प्लेयर्स के साथ आपके साथ आते रहेंगे हम। तब तक के लिए पीएमएनसी को एंजॉय कीजिए।
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the Pubg Mobile National Championship, of course, the Pakistan region 2021, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Woke Up Your Fun. And I gotta say, right, it's such an explosive start to the evening with I8 getting that redonkulous 22 kills chicken dinner. But again,
Right.
you know, this comeback story has been real. Now they're sort of tied up with Bablu in terms of points. Now my question goes down to you, Trooper. Miramar, do you think Bablu is gonna respond back with the chicken?
Yes, they are going to respond back. I can't promise you a chicken, but they're definitely going to be there trying inside the final circle. That is what I feel, because they've got those rotations and everything just on point inside this map of Miramar. They know where to hold, where not to, and they have so much experience inside Miramar that comes into the equation. Starting from the Oasis region, once again we have a north to south plane path that we are witnessing over here. Just the plane would be crossing and splitting the entire city of Los Leonos over there as well. So it's a very decent plane path. Montenuvo quite far away, so that's going to be a problem for Quantum Rage. Let's see if we see a different sort of drop or a strategy coming in from them. But apart from them, I think everyone else would easily access their drop location. Bablu are going to have faced a little bit of problem going to Miramar, so it's going to be interesting where they are going to drop as well.
Indeed, they are, and considering how Team IN has really started off, I'm starting to get worried if they're gonna break their own record now. But again, like we said, the onus is on Team Bablu because, like everyone in Pakistan has heard Ocean saying the same thing again and again, like a broken record. Bablu, Team Bablu, are rather the kings of Miramar, and
Yeah.
I think they sort of stand up to it. They live up to that, hype that they've built for themselves. And considering this zone being formed, I must still say again, it's going to help teams like Freestyle, it's going to help teams like Portal Esports, and trying to get that junkyard area could really quick. But then again, we'd had been in similar situations where team Freestyle would have the better of the zone, and they completely fluster it up, they completely mess it up. So this is one of those things that they really need to work out on, because the first day had been terrible. The second day had been even. The start has been even worse. They really need to make a comeback, and they need to do it soon, because after today's evening we would be done with 50% of our matches, and maybe till tomorrow it's gonna be too late for them to recover.
Certainly, and Freestyle, they got to realize if a team I8 can get 37 points in just one game and sort of just design that sort of a comeback, and they are also potential enough. They just really need to put a little calmness to those nerves. And I think the first day is over now. If the first game is over, they're just getting so unlucky, right? Getting picked off in rotations and back-to-back matches, and this is not what you want, right? And I think they really got to stop overthinking a lot, and that is what they are doing, and that is what is hurting them. And the players out there are just outsmarting them in the thought process that they are trying to execute over here. So you really got to go back to the basics, do what has been working for you, learn from I8, right? They went to the basics, went back to their basics, and went back, dropped inside the military base area over there, then showed everyone how they control that area over there. So you
Yeah.
just got to go to your basics as well, and that's going to work for you, because we saw them come back after that break and perform so well during the semi-finale stage over there, and that is exactly what they got to repeat over here.
Indeed, they have to, because again, this is one of those teams that likes that first spot. Not gonna settle at anything less, and we've been talking about that PMPL slot available for whoever wins the NC. I mean, you could just bypass PMC or just play the PMC, or maybe for the prize money. But if you're qualifying early on, then that's such a sigh of relief, right? So everyone does have that one little goal. Of course, the money feels good. The money feels great, to be honest. But more than that, you're qualifying to PMPLs, you're getting more money, right? You're talking more bucks, and that is what we all love. So I think teams are gonna definitely have their attention on winning this one,
The
and
bragging
with the
rights.
way. Yeah, with the way they're kind of playing, I think it's a near possibility. Now taking a look at the standings, the points over here, the difference. Now, the way Team I8 has really played, so I really think they've made a very, very good comeback. All they need to do is get a few more points, and they're right back in.
Certainly, and that is exactly what they would be trying to do. And just one or two decent games, and not decent, just the kind of games they had earlier. That is exactly what they would be looking for as the day progresses. But we've got two teams already that have taken part inside an early scuffle, unpredictable, completing a kill over Death Squad over there. So that's the first blood out of the game. But this is I8 just looting up the northern side of the city of Los Leonos over here. And we know they just love to loot this spot. North Esports are also present over there. But look at Max fixes, the kind of split that Max Esports is playing with. They just, wow, that's a big split to play with.
Yeah, I mean, this again, Team Maxed had been one of those teams that sort of, kind of has been in between the thick and thin of things in terms of position points, in terms of kill points, right? They'd been pretty even, but they did not really have a really good start, to be honest, and they can certainly do better. So I think that is one of those things that they need to work out on. But again, if we're talking about this particular organization, we've seen them, really making their marks in different titles, different esport titles. Now the just coming into PUBG Mobile, and they've been doing fairly well. I really have big hopes from this roster, and I really like the way they've been playing together. I think the only thing is they've got to stick together for quite some time, and they're good to go.
Certainly, and you really got to do that in an esport game, right? You with time only you're going to learn with your squad. The kind of mistakes you do once, it's important for you to not repeat them, and that is exactly how you become a professional team. And all the underdogs and all the viewers listening out there, if you're also trying to just make sure to work with your present teammates, because if you go with a new squad, if a new team altogether who are not professional players already, you've got to start grinding with them. The communication is going to take time, and these are all small basic steps inside an online game that you got to really take care of.
Yeah, you definitely have to. But again, in Pakistan region, in Miramar, we sort of really expect that fast gameplay from all these teams,
Yeah.
but has been sort of a rather slower affair in terms of how things have been over here. We're still expecting for the fights to start off. Now, team Bablu, the way they've been rotating, the way they've been looting, they've been sort of traversing around that certain zone. They've been going up, they've been going ahead. Let's see as to what happens if they can sort of reclaim their throne, because the one Miramar that we had yesterday, they were the champions, right? They were the winners. They got the chicken. Now we know they really thrive in this particular map, but then again, you've got Team QWERTY who also really flourish. So I want to see that fight happen between these two, and I want to see the outcome as well.
Really, and but I want to see even Portal Esports what they're going to do, right? Because we've seen the players play in such a big split over the time that every time you find Portal Esports in a fight, it's just one entire team and one single lad of Portal Esports. They sort of are not learning from yesterday as well. Even if in the game of Erangel, it was just so sad to see Momto. He was so alone over there. None of the teammates even inside the entire large landscape that the observer was capturing over there. But it's good to see Portal Esports. They are sticking together in this Miramar game, and that is how I would like to see them, because they play in such a big split and it's not going in their favor at all. And right now, it's a very good position for them. Some rotations coming in from the eastern side of the zone. So the new second circle is going to be there pretty soon. But look at where Max is rotating from, taking the damage from the blue. Even Team Star rotating late from Cote Horacio. So it's going to be pretty interesting where the circle is going to go. If it shifts a little bit towards the northern side, northeastern or western, it's going to be a big cluster towards the southern side that is going to start rotating, and that's going to create a lot of commotion over there.
Indeed, it is going to create a lot of commotion, but I think the team should be prepared. Now this is where we've got a rather more clear picture. We've been talking a lot about that junkyard region and how important it is. Now, this is what Portal Esports and Team Freestyle have done. They're still in contention to make it over towards the hills. We've got a few teams to play around with, and Next Generation. Now, this is one of those teams that you heavily root out for, especially in Miramar. Yesterday, also we saw this team. Early game they were getting into a lot of fights. They were winning a few duels, but towards that mid game, that is where they kind of flustered out. That is where they kind of mess things up. So today, I really want them to be kind of consistent, which I think they did, if I'm not wrong, in yesterday's Erangel map. But today in Miramar, let's see what awaits for them. But Team Bablu, apparently they're taking a fight over here.
Yeah, Team Pubg in a fight quite early, and they found the lads of Unpredictabl just lurking around over this compound on the edge of the playing area over here. So let's see how Unpredictabl is going to deal with them, because we know how dominating Team Pubg will be in this sort of a fight. And you can see, look at that opening coming with that name 420. This is it's an amazing game that he's playing over here. And let's see if the push is going to be over there or not. And this is waiting on. Look at Zivian. He's spotted on the player hunter. He was just knocked down on the ridge over there, and with that beautiful spray, he just reached the kill. And now the fight is getting executed. Shots on the window on his way towards the push over there. And this is Team Pubg Wolf on his way right now, trying to press his 5.5 ammo on that first floor. window over there while the revive is being executed just behind the wall. The revive is going to get executed, but 420 is down as well. And Johnny gets picked off inside that vehicle class. But what is Unpredictable doing now over here? They're hurting Team Bablu. It's not looking good for them. Even Dani goes down. He's getting picked off over here. This is not a good sign for the fans of Team Bablu right now. Now the blue zone is here to play their part. 420 gets the revive. It's in a very difficult situation. He's going to go down next. Now Wolf very low as he's going to take the dog, but this is an early elimination. Team Bablu out in the hashtag 16 position. This is what no one expected. Unpredictable, just holding on to their nerves and just getting players down one after the other and making sure Team Bablu gets eliminated over there in that tussle against Team Unpredictable.
Bad mistakes, a lot indeed being made by Team Bablu, and one of them being impatience, lack of awareness in that particular situation. And Zibian and Dani, I do not know what in the world were they even thinking of being over there. I mean, after that first knock, just as the smoke dissipated, I think the other player that was just trying to push into the compound, he should have been looking behind. Really bad miscommunication in between the players that we could clearly see. And I really think they could have done way too better considering the kind of experience they have. Initially, they started off with getting the first knock, but Team Unpredictable, they were really resilient. Sticking the res right beside the enemies is what really helped their cause. Now, Freestyle, they've definitely for sure spotted out the players of Lost, I believe is way too much in the open. Wolf, I think Tyrant is just waiting for the right opportunistic moment. I think this can be it. Does have that M4, has completely proned in. All he needs to do is take a few shots at them.
He really does to. He really needs to. And but let's see, it's a very important time for Team Freestyle, right? After how the day number one went by, after how the first game went by for them, it's going to be very important how they take this initial fight, and that is why you see that waiting game coming in from Tyrant. He knows how important this fight is in their overall campaign, and if they win a fight, a fair 4v4 fight at this point without losing a player, it's going to do so much good to their morale, and that is exactly what they need. But looking at different teams, it just seems so. Oh,
Okay.
amazing scenes over there. But yeah, Keepstar is going now. Eventually, he's started taking shots on them, and Talent has got the first opening. But the split situation for Lost Esports is just closing in over here. I don't find this a very good decision. He just needs to make sure that he doesn't go down. He does not have a teammate as a cover. Oh, he's just shooting randomly inside the smoke. Has no idea where the players are. With the jump shot, he's going to get an idea where the players are now. And let's see. Now his teammate has also arrived over here. They're just taking some significant damage. Goes inside the shack, but is not able to pull that player down. Still, Instant goes down. Instant, but luckily the train is over here now. Respect under pressure, jumping from the ridges, taking the damage. But Lost Esports, they have deployed more players into that fight. Master reaching very quickly, and he needs to get just one player down. That is Gully Boy, and the situation can go so bad for Freestyle yet again. And they really needed to just hold on a little bit. And a nade coming in from a completely different position. I'm not sure who just popped in that nade over there.
It was a team kill, Trooper.
Oh.
I can't really believe what I've been seeing. But yeah, I think this was really crucial for Team Freestyle. They need to get aggressive because this is where they thrive, right? Pure aggression, and the players are capable of doing that. Somewhere down the line, I really feel the pressure is sort of eating them up. And I think this sort of a push was absolutely needed. And now with Freestyle gaining all their players back, they've got everyone sort of trying to come in and get up close and personal. Now, Marcid, he's definitely going to be, really nervous considering he just, bombarded his own teammate. He's not going to be happy with himself. And, well, Wolf and Believe, they're just going to, be still, can't really believe. But it happens to the best of people. We've all had those days. But right now, Unknown, he's going to anticipate this push coming in now because Freestyle completely knows that now Marcid this time can rectify his mistakes. He's got a beautiful flank angle. He can certainly do a lot of wonders in that one, and Respect is pretty low on his HP. Unknown's position is compromised. You've got Malik trying to go in, and Marcid is providing that cover fire from up top, and there you have it. Unknown still living up to the standards and did manage to get that one knock. Now Marcid does not have the angle onto its Malik. Respect, all he's gonna do is get that patch himself up with that first aid. Now this is where Marcid is in a do or die situation, right? This is where he's gonna go in for the push, and Kali Point is waiting right for him.
The stars have aligned there for freestyle. They're making so many mistakes, but yet surviving over there. Let's see what Masters will be able to pull off. But we have got another situation, another fight developing over here. Portal Esports up against the scene in this situation. Let's see how they're going to deal with this. Already 2 players for Portal Esports. They are out of this lobby. And Lost Esports Masters also gets picked off. Kudos to Malik over there. And this team guy that is doing some serious damage to Portal Esports. And last player, Insane, just fighting over there. He's on the verge of elimination. And look at this. He could have just continued this fray, hurt the vehicle over there. But yeah, he's not thinking that way. He's just looking to pop in the first hit. That is going to give the sound to then the push is going to come in. That is exactly what happens. And Portal Esports get eliminated out of the contest. Hashtag Cody position.
They've not been having a good time, haven't they? Because again, you talk about a team like Bottle. Yesterday's day was sort of really good in terms of they were kind of in the thick and thin of things. Not really bad, not too good either. But yeah, they were in contention. But today, 2 early eliminations. That is not where I would want to see them. But with talking about Team I8, this is where I'm getting concerned again. They've lost out on Johnny, and it's so important to have this one player alive because we do know, if he's alive, he's in the final circles. He goes big. He goes for some 8 and 9 kills. That's just another day in office for this lad. Now QWERTY's Khan. OMG, he's gone big now. I think Khan sort of shares the same story along with Johnny, right? Every single time he tends to survive, he gets a lot of kills for his team. And getting too old ready, this is exactly the kind of a start that QWERTY needed. Now, of course, we've been talking so much about Team I8 that kind of disregarded that Team QWERTY did come second. So they're getting that position points, they're getting those few kill points still, kind of increasing their numbers in terms of their positioning. And now as the fourth circle has started closing in within just 31 seconds, or maybe it is actually started moving in. So we've got to see all these teams to actually try and get inside the circle, but this time playing a different ball game altogether, sort of trying that edge strat. Let's see how it works out.
It's a big, rich game that is going to come here inside this Miramar. It generally does, and not a lot of big cities or compound that the players have to play with over here. You're going to watch a lot of utilities being used right now, just the way you're watching it right now on your screen. I trying to create that opening over here, but look at where Crypto is right now. He's looking always in that search for a higher ground inside the vicinity. But yes, they got to make sure that they head towards the zone as well, because it's going to get very, very clustered. 13 teams, and this is the 5th circle just arriving in seconds from now, and they've got their eyes on different teams inside the vicinity. They are just trying to gatekeep the lads of Max Esports, who are just trying to make their way from the northern side. And Crypto alone is good enough to stop any team, and with the likes of Trinda inside the vicinity, it's going to be very difficult and a hefty task for the Max Esports to make their way inside. But they got to keep their eyes towards the zone as well. Look at that rotation coming in. Museum gets picked off. This is what I was talking. And Trinda decides that he got to wait here just outside the edge. He got to play with the sledge. It's going to be very, very important, because once again, Team I8 are down to the duo that we saw playing yesterday so often inside the late game. Crypto and Trinda, they are going to be the people responsible and in charge. But Team QWERTY in a different part of the map, they're hurting Team Quantum Rage, and they are getting eliminated out of the game. Quantum Rage, they were looking so good inside the leaderboards, but now they are out of here.
Yep, and well, this is what I was talking about, right? You need to have the consistency for yourself. But now, Team QWERTY, I think they've decided to go big in this one. Now, we've been talking about I8. They bombarded in the first game. The war sort of continue in Miramar, where they could not really succeed. But yeah, they still have a few players left, and like I said, the 2 players you need are still alive. But Johnny, missing out on him is such an impactful player, right? If he goes down, I8 sort of crumble down like a cookie. But taking a look at this particular zone, it's going to be so very important right now, because so many teams in close contention to each other. Anything can possibly happen, but the wars of freestyle sort of continue as Calibre is the lonesome survivor. He's sort of going suicidal, trying to get those kills really early on. Does expose a lot of himself, but Reaper, in terms, he's not fighting back. He is focusing completely on those revives, and considering the zones coming in, they've got to make some really quick decisions. But Crypto, indeed, he's getting quite some knocks for himself.
Look at the number of players that he's carrying in his bag, and he gets knocked because of the play zone. If he had just popped in those painkillers that he was carrying, he could have got extra space inside his bag as well, and he wouldn't have got knocked down over here. So some easy mistakes being made by the lads of Team Sky, and that is why they're getting punished over here. I can see Ash the only player, but look at Gully Boy, what a game he's playing. He's a solo player over there, and still trying to make an impact for freestyle. That's a really desperate effort coming in from him, and even Starbuck gets picked off over here. Towards the western edge, we have Team Unpredictable here, and they just kill the elephant inside the lobby over here. And let's see how they're going to deal with the next one. This is Team QWERTY approaching just towards the other side of this big ridge, and this is Wolverine trying to create an opening with an overcooked nade, and let's see what this fall of smoke is going to do with the teams of like North Esports holding up the high ground towards the left hand side, which it becomes very important how Team QWERTY is going to play this game, because if they just waste a little bit of time over this side and they get picked off by North Esports, and that attention, if the attention goes towards this direction, it's not going to be a very good spot to get caught off guard.
Indeed. Now, really like QWERTY's position, but unpredictable. I mean, again, I'm going to count my stars on them. And now Voltrux catching Fury off guard. He's going to pick him off. And Destroyer getting taken down early on. I do not know how it's going to affect them as a team. But we do know for sure that Team QWERTY does have the capacity to sort of win with just 3 players. Yesterday also, you remember, they've done that. So I'm not going to be surprised if they pull this one off. What I'm really surprised is, again, that I8 has been surviving for quite some time.
Look at that awareness, Voltrux. He is exactly, he knows exactly how the angles from where he is got to be aware of. And this is Voltrux with that nade, and Gully Boy might just receive the net. Look at that, he's not even looked if he's going to get the nade, the player completed with that nade or not. But Gully Boy somehow survives over there. We've got Team Star also just struggling towards that other side of the ridge inside the backdrop, and the follow-up nade from Voltrux does get Gully Boy over there. He's eliminated. Amazing awareness by Team QWERTY of the vicinity and the players inside the vicinity. And let's see how they're going to deal with the situation. Now they've got a little bit of a risk to play with. Now the shift of the circle is also towards them. So no big rotation that Team QWERTY has to make, but they just got to stop people entering from their screens now. And let's see how good they're going to do that job, because North Esports is making their way towards the shack, and Khan clearly knows what to do with them.
He certainly does. Now taking a look at Team Unpredictable, they're gonna lob that grenade in a very beautiful fashion. Yes, Rex does get that knock onto it. Of course, this is exactly what they needed. Now the stars are definitely not shining bright. Well, for Team QWERTY as well as Voltrux. This is a lack of map awareness, right? This is where Khan should have made sure that he did get this angle covered out, because they've got to get inside the zone. This is something that you need to anticipate, considering you just heard those nades being flung in the direction of the players of Team Unpredictable. In fact, rather by them onto its north, right? So now with Voltrux down, this is going to be so important to get him back alive, because we know how explosive this player is and how important he is. But if we talk about the kill fraggers, the kill mongers, we really need to talk about the highest, in fact number 1. That's going to be Wolverine. He's still alive, he's still in contention, but Zameen, the kind of a position that he's maintained, I think he's been spotted off, and there you have it. Zameen does take down Voltrux, and he needs to get those kills confirmed. But look at Trinda spotting him out, does get a kill. No, it's going to be Reman, in fact. Well, from X Generation. So a lot of third parties going here and there, but I8 again, I think they're pulling off a miracle. They're still surviving. Trinda and Crypto, the duo, they've done it again, but this time X Generation have really worked in terms of the survival department.
Yeah, they really try hard in Miramar, and this is what we have seen consistently inside the PUBG Mobile National Championship for the Pakistan region. But let's see if they're going to convert this or not, because we've seen them appear inside the final circles, but they somehow missed the chicken dinner, and that's been the story for Team X Generation here, and that is what they're going to work out for. But QWERTY, on the other hand, they just appear from nowhere and get the chicken dinner somehow, and that is what they're trying to repeat in this Miramar game as well. And let's see how unpredictable the lads who are just scattered in a split situation. This is a 1-2 split that Rex and his teammates are trying to pull off over here. Not a very good spot, to be really honest, with the kinds of team that they have around. It's going to be very important for them to stick around. But if Shroud can pull this off for his team, it's going to be an amazing thing. And now both QWERTY and I8 sort of on a different part of the ridge. It's just the curve of the land that is sort of separating the two right now, and the information would be clearly transferred in the form of the sound cues over there. Let's see how they're going to deal with the situation over here. And one more knock. UB unpredictable remover goes down courtesy to the shots from Khan, and this is exactly what I was talking about. You're controlling multiple angles, but you're also getting exposed from the multiple angles as well, and you got to really take care of them.
You indeed have to. Now, taking a look at how Wolfrey is positioned in this particular fight. Now, Team QWERTY sort of resonate with consistency, right? They've been in the top three since the past three games that they've been playing. So, and staying on the leaderboard gets justified by Thug spotting out Trinda. And this is a moment where actually Wolfrey can go after Crypto, because Crypto has got to deal with multiple angles. I do not know if they're aware of that particular knock. I think now that they are. Crypto is taking some heavy bashing, and Wolfrey, I think, has spotted Crypto out, but he's gonna take him down. And with that being said, the revenge has been taken. I8 has been eliminated by QWERTY. Now this is between three teams. We're talking about X Generation, Unpredictable, and Team QWERTY.
But 11 points almost there for Team I8. They've done a significantly good job considering the fact that they lost two players so early over there. So I'm pretty happy with I8's performance. But how are they going to stop? QWERTY is still going to be the question after this game, because they're looking good. They're regressing. And whenever we have seen Team QWERTY inside the final circles in this sort of a stance, we rarely see them miss out on the chicken. So let's see if Unpredictable or X Generation, for the sake, have a different story on these ridges to be written. But is it going to be possible for both these teams to stop QWERTY? That is what we're here to watch.
Indeed, we are. And right now, the way these lads are being playing, I really like the numbers on X Generation and QWERTY, but QWERTY making some proactive plays, and this has been backfired as Rex gets that knock onto its car. Now this is so difficult, to get into the midst of the fight and still make sure you revive your IGL, but it's so important, and this is where X Generation can really decide to capitalize on the situation, make some hefty movements closing the gap, and that is exactly what they're doing. The smokes have, of course, been lobbed over by the boys from QWERTY. Now they're going to get back on their back foot. This is where Wolfrey is going to get in for the revive, but this is the moment where X Generation need to understand that they need to be going really aggressive. They need to make some movements. They need to drop some bombs, and now Khan is back alive.
Yeah, he's back on his feet, and now the push is on from the QWERTY onto Unpredictable. They pull down Rex over there, but Rex in return has taken a trade as well. So it's a really good position now for Team X Generation. But are they realizing this? Are they reading the game feed clearly? That is my question. And both the teams engaged now. They have this perfect chance of a third party, and that is exactly what they're doing. Almost, I thought even he thought that he's hurt him, but there was a little bit of an HP remaining. X Generation have got 3 players still standing, and QWERTY have just executed a revive. A player on a very low health right now. A nade on the right spot can do all the trick for Team X Generation inside the final circle. It's a golden opportunity for them. Have they grinded enough inside the Miramar game to get the 15 points out of this contest is what we are here for. And still they're just sticking so close together. Let's see if this is going to work for them or not. Now Wolverine makes a run towards the right hand side. It's an open run that he's making, but thumb goes down. Khan makes an impression. Wolverine's trying to go the distance. This is Team QWERTY at their very best. They are doing what they are known for, and they're trying to pin down players over here. But X Generation, they're refusing to go down so easily. It's a good fight that they're giving.
Indeed, they are, but right now, considering how the situation has become, Rahman, he's gonna make something out of here. They're gonna have to lob a few grenades, but I believe they do not have a lot. But Pan, he definitely has that level 3 armor and flares and helmet as he gets another knock. Wolfrey on really low HP, he goes down, but Pan, look at him, he's gonna make all the difference, and indeed he has done, taking down 3 players of Team QWERTY. X Generation. Wow, take a bow, considering how they were on the back foot initially when that fight started. But just that one knock in Khan sort of changed the entire look of that fight, as a result of which X Generation have managed to get their chicken dinner in Miramar. So it was sort of coming as like we were expecting, Trooper. It's either going to be Team Bablu or Team QWERTY, which really looked like Team QWERTY, considering how Wolverine was really making the movements. He was in a very good angle, but Khan getting picked off over there. That is what made the difference. And Rahman, of course, you have that level 3 helmet and vest. You got to capitalize. And he did exactly that. And a chicken dinner.
And
Thank you, sir.
Generation, they're always so good inside the Miramar game, right? They always had the chance, but QWERTY, they are the big guns from the region. And for
Yeah.
a moment there, it looked like the Next Generation would go down, but a 1v3, this sort of a situation inside the final circle, Pan has made a statement out there that what sort of a skill set he possesses over there, and what an amazing show from Pan over there. 1v3,
Yeah.
final circle, 15 points, amazing. It's not a very big chicken dinner in terms of kills out there, but yes, with that 1v3, he got that extra 3 points for the positioning, because clearly it wasn't looking their game the way QWERTY was going inside the final circle.
I think it doesn't even matter right now because X Generation needed the chicken dinner. I mean, the kills, that's all right, but the points, the position, that is what X Generation were rooting out for. But again, Khan, he's got to be the MVP. He did get those initial few kills for his team, but somewhere down the line, I mean, he's been very, very solid in terms of his positioning. But to be honest, yeah, statistics might give him the MVP. In that last fight, him surviving had to be really essential. Him getting knocked out, that is what set Team QWERTY on a back foot over there, and he does realize that himself. I'm pretty sure he's not going to be happy with himself. I mean, 7 kills, yes, very good, well played. But they could have certainly gotten the chicken dinner. But, you've got to give props to the lads from X Generation, especially Pan, the way he clutched things around towards the very end. And Gully Boy also having a really good time. But then again, I8. We're talking about that comeback story. I think they might have taken that third position from Team Bablu away. But is that where they're going to settle down? Because considering QWERTY did a phenomenal job, again a top 2 position with a really good number of kills, I think they're going to just add up on that lead that they've been building up so far.
Yeah, and it's an amazing game for all these teams over here. But yet again, QWERTY gets the back-to-back hashtag 2 positions for Team QWERTY, right? So the consistency is there from Team QWERTY, and they're going to get the maximum points out of this Erangel game, this Miramar game as well. 24, 12 kills, 12 placement points. It's a big game that they've got. But X Generation, thanks to that chicken dinner, they've got a respectable 22 points out of this game as well. And it is really what they needed. Unpredictable also had a decent show, 15 points for them. But look at I8, what a sort of a day they're having. First that big 37-point game, and now these 11 points from here. They've already got 48 inside the first 2 matches, and this is looking already a very big day for I8. Let's see where they're going to land up inside the overall standings by the end of this game over here. But once again, TMW missing out, Death Squad missing out, Max Esports missing out, and that early elimination for Bablu and Quantum Rage. They were inside the top 3 positions before the start of the game. They're going to miss out on those spots, but they really need to figure out how to architect that comeback in the remaining 4 matches today.
I think what happened in Miramar with Tim Bablu definitely was a big blunder. I think they would want to watch that VOD again, the replay as to how many mistakes were being committed. Even after the fact that they had such a good advantage, getting that first knock, they could not really capitalize. And the team that they were going against made it to the top 3. Now, this is where the hell really broke loose, right? Rex had such an amazing impact in that one particular fight where Team Bablu, they were just lost. They did not know what they were doing. They got punished really heavily, despite having the early advantage, like we've mentioned. But again, I think the way this game went out, it was initially sort of a bit slow, where teams were really focusing on, getting a perfect circle, perfect position for themselves. And I really felt this game should have been, going into the favors of Team Portal or maybe Freestyle. But neither of the team could actually go big. So despite having a really good zone trooper, they really need to work on their positioning in their fights and how they're picking up the players, because from Freestyle it was Gully Boy who was doing all the magic, but I would want the remainder of the players to step up as well.
it's lucky for Freestyle that they did not lose that initial fight. They've got 7 kills, so they're going to have a little bit of a confidence to carry from this game into the next upcoming games. It's going to be very, very important for how Freestyle changed the course of the day, because right now their board is sinking and they're really going to repair it. And if they don't, it's going to be a very difficult task for them in the day number 3 and 4 as well. So a big game for QWERTY, a big game for X Generation. They're going away with the chicken, but inside the overall standings, you can see X Generation making an appearance inside the top 8 with that chicken. So it's a comeback for them as well. But for the Esports, not a significant game, not in both the matches today. It's not looking good for them. But QWERTY is still leading the charge, and I8 also 100 points now. They have got the hashtag keepers.
Yeah, indeed, taking it away from Quantum Rage, from where I was really thinking that it would actually go to, the third position, but no, Quantum Rage has not been having a good time either, right? So
Yeah.
this is where I would really want to see that consistency coming back again. Now, because we again back to the same old storyline, QWERTY versus I8. But the difference that Team QWERTY has made for themselves, they certainly want to increase the gap and maybe have a 50-60 point lead. But considering how I8 has been playing, I think it's inevitable for a comeback to happen, and I'm telling you, it's not gonna get settled till the last game of the finals over here. But again, as we take a look at the teams that are not really performing well, you gotta give it, you gotta say it. Freestyle, North Esports, two big names, and watching them at such spots sort of breaks my heart down. Unpredictable, such an important game for them. Trying to be consistent. They did have a chicken yesterday. Today also back-to-back consistent games. They're stepping up slowly but definitely surely.
1/3 of the matches already played fixes, and Freestyle is still lurking around on the 12th position. And by the end of the day, half the matches for the grand finale would be over. So if they got to change their positions, they really got to start ASAP. But for now, the team of the moment, X Generation, getting the chicken in this Miramar. With one more Miramar inside the day, they have a really good chance to improve their position as well inside the overall standing. This is an underdog team that we have been looking forward to, but they've got the rhythm now in this game, and the important thing for them would be to continue this rhythm inside the remaining matches as well. And if they can pull this off or not, that is going to be their individual challenge of it here for the day.
Indeed, right now, with the way X Generation has been playing, I mean, you've been talking so much praises for these lads. They've been really exploring themselves. I think they might just be the next big team from this Pakistan region. But like I said, they have it what it takes inside of them. They just need to unleash the potential. They need to just kind of keep away that nervousness. But I understand, being a player that does come in, and especially when you're playing your first tournament. So yeah, it's obvious, it's bound to happen. You're playing the finals, for Christ's sake. But it's all right. I mean, I'm loving what I'm seeing from them. I would love to see another back-to-back, but if it does happen, I do not know, because right now we're gonna head out for a short little break. Coming right after is the game of Sanhok.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
हेलो एवरीवन, अस्सलाम वालेकुम एंड वेलकम बैक टू द सेगमेंट ऑफ नो ईयर चैंपियंस। और अब यहाँ पर जो हमारे साथ प्लेयर मौजूद रहेंगे, दैट इज समवन फ्रॉम टीम एक्स जनरेशन। एक्सनरेशन एक ऐसी टीम जिसने अंडरडॉग होने के बावजूद परफॉर्मेंस तो बहुत अच्छी दिखाई है, सो वेलकम भी करेंगे और साथ साथ सवाल भी पूछेंगे हम। हमारा पहला सवाल रहेगा एक्सनरेशन के रहमान से कि अगर हम कंपेयर करें आपकी ग्रुप स्टेजेस की परफॉर्मेंस को सेमीफाइनल्स के साथ, तो आपकी टीम थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर रही है अभी, सो ये चेंज इन परफॉर्मेंस की क्या वजह हो सकती है? क्या आप अपना 100% नहीं दे पा रहे?
ग्रुप स्टेजेस में हम लोग जारी बात है थोड़ा टीम की इतनी वो नहीं थी, तो सेमीफाइनल्स में आके कंपटीशन भी काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग हो गया, तो उस वजह से हम लोग किल्स तो ले पा रहे थे लेकिन पोजीशन पॉइंट्स में लैग कर रहे थे। तो सेमीफाइनल्स में हमने काफ़ी सीखा और काफ़ी लर्न किया। इंशाल्लाह आगे फाइनल्स में और अच्छा परफॉर्म करेंगे।
आई रियली डू होप कि आप जब फाइनल से परफॉर्म करें। अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं कि हमने देखा आपकी टीम छोटी छोटी मिस्टेक्स की वजह से एलिमिनेट हो जाती है, तो अब फाइनल्स में अब क्या ऐसा करेंगे? क्या इन चीज़ों को आप देख रहे हैं, आप लर्न कर रहे हैं इन मिस्टेक्स से?
असल में सेमीफाइनल्स में हम मेजर मिस्टेक इतनी ज़्यादा हमने की नहीं है। हम बहुत माइनर मिस्टेक करते थे और उसकी वजह से पूरा हमारा एलिमिनेट हो जाते थे। तो अभी हमने काफ़ी कुछ चेंजेस किए हैं और फोकस और भी कर रहे हैं और इंशाल्लाह फाइनल्स में।
जी हाँ, उम्मीद तो रहेगी कि आप फाइनल्स में जब अच्छा परफॉर्म करें। अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं कि क्या हम साइको को टॉप फ्रैगर्स लिस्ट में देख सकते हैं फाइनल्स में?
हाँ, साइको जिस तरह का वो प्लेयर है, अगर वो अभी उसने काफ़ी मिस्टेक्स की हैं, वो मतलब अपने रोल से थोड़ा आगे जाके खेलता रहा है, लेकिन अभी उसको मतलब काफ़ी उसने अपनी मिस्टेक पे फोकस किया है। तो इंशाल्लाह जिस तरह का वो प्लेयर है, पहले भी अपने काफ़ी टूर्नामेंट्स में टॉप फ्रैगर आता रहा, तो इंशाल्लाह होप सो अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगा।
इंशाल्लाह परफॉर्मेंस उनकी तरफ से भी अच्छे निकल कर आएगी। अगले सवाल की तरफ जाते हैं रहमान के, पीएमपीएल आपके लिए कितना ज़रूरी है?
PMPL तो हर टीम का ड्रीम होता है, तो इंशाल्लाह अगर फाइनल्स में इसी तरह अच्छा परफॉर्म किया तो इंशाल्लाह PMPL जाएंगे इंशाल्लाह।
रहमान, आपने अपने ओपोनेंट्स को किस तरह से स्टडी किया?
लाइक अभी सेमीफाइनल्स में आपने देखा टीम क्वर्टी, QR और टीम बबलू काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर रही थी। उनसे मतलब हम लोग ये गलती कर रहे थे कि हम लोगों ने पोजीशन में बहुत ज़्यादा लैग किया। सारे एंड पे आके किल्स लेते थे, हम लोग पहले किल्स लेके अर्ली एलिमिनेट हो जाते थे। तो अभी पोजीशन पॉइंट पे काफ़ी हमने सीखा ओपोनेंट से कि पोजीशन पॉइंट्स किस तरह फोकस करना है सारा। तो इंशाल्लाह फाइनल्स में
चलें, उम्मीद है फाइनल्स में आपकी परफॉर्मेंस वो अच्छी निकल कर आएगी। लेकिन दोस्तों, ये थे एक्स जनरेशन के रहमान हमारे साथ, जिनसे हमने कुछ सवाल पूछे उनके बारे में, उनकी स्ट्रैटेजीज और उनकी टीम के बारे में। मजीद सवालों के साथ आपकी खिदमत में हम आते रहेंगे, लेकिन आप लोग PMNC को एंजॉय करते रहिए।
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, of course, the Pakistan Region Finals, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. And we're here in for our game number 3 that's going to be played in Sanhok. Now, when we talk about Sanhok, things really get very feisty. We're definitely going to get back to that, but a huge shout out to our network sponsors, Song 4G, for making it happen. Right now, we've been talking about it multiple times, and you all know if you're facing internet issues in Pakistan, you know which operator to call up to. Right? They've got some specially curated plans for all you PUBG Mobile users, so make sure you check them out, as you get really good pings with that. But getting back to this particular game, right? Yesterday we did see some interesting games, but today, Trooper, what are you anticipating? Rather, do you think we're gonna have a drop collision between Lost and Team QWERTY today? Because that does not seem like happening, because they went for some hefty beating yesterday.
Yeah, that was some hefty beating for them. But yeah, from yesterday's experience, I think Lost Esports have learned a little bit of a lesson over here and not dropping inside boot camp. So that's the right way to go. But Yesterday there were some amazing final circles, some sort of unusual final circles that we witnessed inside the Sanhok game. So I would be watching out for how the circles are going to pan off over here, and where's the first circle actually going to shape up. But look at the kind of split, and we know on paper where does I8 drops, right? They drop inside Lakavi, but look at where they are. Look at the kind of split coming in a different sort of a lobby. It could have been an encounter against one of the best teams of the South Asia region as well. But here, they look at the confidence for this team. I really just admire the confidence that these guys possess over here. Even freestyle, the kind of split that they are playing with, wow. And it's just going to be very interesting how they're going to deal with each other.
It indeed is really going to be, very interesting because again, I know, I mean, Trooper freestyle. We've been expecting them to be making a comeback, but such a big split, I do not know how's gonna work out because Tyrant and Johnny are pretty close to each other, and Team Bablu, they're gonna enjoy their time in Painan. Now we know Team Bablu is really good, and they did get those back-to-back chickens yesterday. So I think they must be looking at chicken dinner today as well. So again, the kind of a start that they've had in Miramar, getting eliminated early on. This is a game where they would look to redeem themselves. This is a game where they must be aiming for that top three position at least with decent amount of kills. Now, Team QWERTY, the best team right now in the lobby in terms of how they've been playing, how they're sitting in terms of their rankings. They're going to have such a good time in boot camp. None of the teams really contesting them. So they're going to have that hefty amount of loot, exactly what you need to get started up in Sanhok, because those utilities, they're going to be handy for sure.
Really, and apart from I8, I was just surprised at how the other teams have sort of just missed out on the opportunities today. Because clearly, the first game, I think I8 dominated it completely. But inside the game of Miramar as well, the big guns inside the top three, Quantum Rage, and even the likes of Team Bablu, they missed out. So, Team QWERTY have got this opportunity to create a difference between them and the other teams as well. They're enjoying a really good 30 plus point lead already inside the overall standings, and they would want to assert it, and everyone knows their drop, right? That they drop inside the boot camp area, and the circle is also here, so you can sort of anticipate the first sort of rotation that Team QWERTY always goes into, because not a lot of options for Team QWERTY to play with. But we'll find out if that is going to be worked upon by few teams just jumping about inside the nearby vicinity or not. But clearly, you would not want Team QWERTY to take away back-to-back final circle appearances, because if they keep doing it, we know that they can just run away with that PMPL slot.
Now, unpredictable. They've been quite unpredictable, right? Yesterday in Sanhok, they were absolutely phenomenal. Again, major creds considering how the zone had really panned around the entire Hartin area. That is where they sort of thrived. That is where they such a sort of had an easy time. But this time, the circle has shifted elsewhere. So this is going to be a true test of what they're made of right now. Or they've got to prove their mettle. Now, Quantum Rage, coming back to them, they've definitely been the talk of the town, because coming into the first day of the finals, they had been so consistent. We had been loving them. But then now we are witnessing that consistency sort of getting really thin and loosened up. But now Unknown, well, he's definitely in some unknown territory over here, because Quantum Rage apparently have spotted him down all alone, all by his lonesome. Now, he's got to take this fight. Well, his teammates are right behind him, but for how long? That's a big question, as he does take a plunge inside the waters.
And Oreo did not spot that.
Yeah.
He did not spot that. So Unknown just living dangerously, but yes, living for now. Oreo was just looking in some sort of a different angle, and really a big luck playing in Unknown's favor for now. But the kind of position he's already found himself in, it's not going to work for a big amount of time. And clearly, with 574 meters outside the circle for Quantum Rage was, I think the circle is concentrated towards that Camp Bravo Island. So with Harden not inside the equation, it's going to be a pretty interesting first circle. So I'm just let's see when we're going to have the first look at the circle.
Yeah, we indeed have to see. But Vaz, is it indeed just peeking out, taking a few shots onto its clutch wave. Few chip damage being done, but I really do not like the positioning on Oreo. Now, yesterday we had seen, Quantum Rage, Adil, he was absolutely nuts. He was getting a lot of job done, a lot of kills secured. So eyes definitely are going to be pinned out on him as to how he's going to perform. But I do not like this from Quantum Rage at all. Two players just behind that one rock. This is definitely not going to help their cause. Now, Vaz, indeed, now he's going to make that rotation from the left inside, just playing around that little dip that he has. Gonna see as to how they perform, but unknown. Still inside the water, just hovering around. This is something that we did see in the final game of Erangel in that little George Paul fight we had, if I'm not wrong. I think it was again the boys from team lost in contention over there with a different team whatsoever. But today, the same storyline sort of continues.
Yeah, it does, and this is going to be a very difficult situation for Lost Esports. How they're going to deal with this, and these are dangerous predators lurking around inside the vicinity. And even in a different fight, we can see TMW, but Adil creates an opening over Clutch Wave over here, and this is a very good angle that he's been controlling for a good amount of time already. And shots being taken, but wow, he's taking another knockover, believe so. Lost Esports are losing tracks wherever they are. They're just a part of some early fight and they're losing. That is not a really good storyline for them.
Indeed. I mean, that's definitely is hurting them as Clutch Wave. He's been taken down. He's taken some heavy beating over there. But right now, I mean, Unknown has to find some sort of a way around. And yes, indeed, he has finding a Dale from the backlines with his pants down. Now, this is exactly the knock that, Team Lost needed, right? Because if he sort of gets that kill secured, it's really going to help his cause because Quantum Range kind of get crippled with Dale out of equation. I'm starting to speculate if there is at least even someone who's going for him, but Ori indeed does find out Marsid. Now they know where the last player is, right? Now Vaz has gone in for the revive. They know that Unknown is in one of those little compounds over there. He's taken that shot. Not gonna have a lot of trouble in getting him back up. But what they're gonna have a trouble is getting inside the zone. Now they do have a lot of first aids to live with. A lot of boosters to work around with. But what they need right now is a good vehicle that can just thwart them inside the zone.
It really is. It really is. And with the position now for all these teams, look at how Team QWERTY has stationed themselves so beautifully at a very good spot over there. And that's a really nice altitude that they would be controlling from that point onwards. So it's going to be interesting how they're going to deal with this. But let's see how the other teams inside the vicinity, because a lot of clusters that are developing towards the center area now are looking to break off. But outside the zone towards Kamcha, we have this fight also taking place between Total Esports and Dead Squad, and they're just investing so much time over there. It's not a really good decision to be very honest.
All right. So Portal Esports, they've been struggling lately, but this is a game that might just sort of beckon their comeback into this entire, NC, because you would expect bigger things from this squad, right? They've made a lot of changes, but Ash, ooh, he spotted out Joker. It's gonna get so interesting. Now, if he does manage to knock him down, then things could be completely different. But we have a different fight going up, and Hacker has apparently been knocked out. Assad, he's got that vector. He's definitely spotted out MK. He needs that cover fire from the backlines. He needs to buy enough time, but he does not have it for sure. But yes, his teammates have made it as he's got some very good knocks. Now, he is indeed going on the driver's seat in this particular fight, but he's taking second thoughts and going in for the revive as he spotted another player, Zyro. In fact, the last player, and Team Max out of nowhere have just pulled off an elimination on Star. Now, this is what you call is proper delaying, right? Dread from the backlines, he makes it in time, and Team Max, well, with what could have been really disastrous, have come up top.
Well, this could have been a really disastrous, just like you mentioned. But the way they have controlled this fight is really remarkable, and getting out of that getting out of there with multiple players alive. It looked really difficult for them at one point, but they've clearly pulled this off. But still, we've got to the situation that has not finished towards Camp Charlie. Joker getting shot. He's being denied this engagement as well. Wow. This is death squad. Not even allowing them to go away from the fight over here. This is not a really good situation for both the teams. The second circle damage is here in place. And look at this. This is not looking good. Even Hardy might just go down over there and they've got a break to play with. But when are they going to move towards their rotation? That's also going to be important. In fact, home to it insane already in a split situation. But luckily for both these squads, that none of the players have been eliminated or picked off so far by the other teams. And that is what they're going to play with now. But let's see how they're going to move ahead inside their rotations towards the play area.
Indeed. Now, Portal Esports, well, they've got to get inside the circle, but look at I8. Now, this is where you want Johnny to be on the upfront angles, but this time he's got the cover fire from Uzum, who apparently gets a trade in. Now, Team NP is one of those teams that is not really back off without a fight, and by the looks of it, they had no trouble in just taking them out. And Johnny, of course, I mean, we do know he's an amazing entry fragger, but well, one time he can just check one angle, right? So he did get knocked out, but this is what I was talking about, right? The support coming in from Uzum over there. If you make sure you sort of keep him alive, he's going to give you results. Now, this is one of those zones that is actually going to favor the lads of I8. Now, look at that eastern area, especially Lakavi and the small little compound surrounding it, right? There's absolutely no one. The players of X Generation are making their way in. You've got the TMW and Max coming in close. This is where, you know, Team I8 sort of thrives, right in the center. That's how they love to play. That's what their game style is all about. So we've got to see, you know, the first game was really explosive, you know, coming back, responding with the chicken. The second game had been really consistent, but Quantum Rage, they are actually raining hell from above as they're getting quite a lot of knocks. Now, Ashes does not really have the optimal HP. He's got to heal himself up, but does he have the meds? Does he?
I don't think so. He's working with some boosters out there. This is not a really good situation. And this is what happens if you invest so much time outside the blue zone. And eventually he pops in some first aids over there. His health is back up. But let's see what is he going to do. It's not looking a very good situation, to be really honest, for Death Squad over here. The last guy standing, surviving. He's already under the bridge. They just got to work out on things. Spending so much time outside the system. And look at this. Eventually, he might just get picked up, but no! He takes it down. He takes one of the lads down, and Deal gets picked up instead, and the reload is there. Now the second pair eventually gets pulled out, but the play zone is also going to put the turmoil over there and take down Oreo. Weekend, where are you? You need to go and help your teammate. Is he going to do that or not? That's we are going to find out in a little while. Yes, exactly, he's going to do that because he's the last surviving teammate for Weekend. So all these teams sort of spending so much time outside the circle and getting hurt because of that only reason.
I mean, teams need to prioritize. They need to understand they have to make the zone their best friend, and staying away from the zone, getting a lot of kills might just be cool, but it is not really cool when you get knocked out by different squads completely with your pants down. Now, taking a look at the situation that we have in front of us, we've got the players of TMW who apparently have spotted out Rex. Now, Rex had really played a very pivotal role yesterday in unpredictabl's victory in Sanhok. But now against Kurama. Now you've been talking a lot about this lad, right? So eyes are definitely going to be on him, who apparently hasn't really been making a lot of difference in the finals. I mean, the semis did go really well for TMW, but this is the moment they need to understand that they will have to step up in order to, you know, at least have a top 5 position in this tournament.
This is exactly what the reality is, right? All these players, they play so good, but you really got to perform at the top-notch level, right? You really got to make sure that you impress when the grand finale is on, because a lot of prize pool is at stake, and you're just putting yourself under pressure with a lot of thinking out there. And this is, I know thinking is a part of your job. You're the agent, but we really got to deliver as well as a player as well. And that is where I think TMW is missing out, and they really got to figure out that right amount of balance. But now on our screens, we have got Team QWERTY up against the likes of Esports, just surviving three of the lads inside the situation, and they're not moving. They're just waiting for the positions and listening to the footsteps and getting as much information as they can. And Zamin on the flank angle over there, he has a very important responsibility to play with. Even Daku so far away. Let's see what they're going to pull off here. It's a very, very critical fight that Esports has found themselves in.
Indeed. I mean, taking a look at how things are, well, Voltrox going up against our team North, who is apparently feeling really, really nervous now with Ghost being taken out of the equation. It all comes down to Mage, who apparently is going to take a back stance, a back foot rather, and Voltrox will make sure he gets those kills for himself. And Mage, he's taken a good position now. He's got his teammate, I think, who's going to try and provide some cover fire. But Zameen right out in the open, he's making a move. And Voltrox is going to be very careful with that. I really want to see how Daku has positioned himself. Now, this is one of those areas where I would really suggest, that Dade actually was in terms of a better positioning by North. But still, for them to be right out in the open, any single moment, they might just get caught off guard by some other team. So that is one thing that I'm really worried about. But Team QWERTY apparently has decided to back off, prioritize the zone. Now, this is where, right mentality comes in. This is where right IGLing comes in. This is where you're not greedy. You know that you need to have a good position inside the circle, and that is exactly what QWERTY is doing.
Really, and they've always been impressive. Put QWERTY anywhere, they would give you results. They would put up a good show, and that is what I like about this team. They never go down easy. And let's see how they're going to pull off over here as well. With 11 teams remaining, 38 players still in contention. It's a very important game inside the national championship that is being executed, because this is the only and only Sanhok game for the day. But we have got 4 more Sanhoks that are going to be played in the remaining 2 days. So the kind of experience and the homework the lads are going to take away from this Sanhok game is going to be very, very crucial for the upcoming 2 days. And look at that, Bablu Dani falling off from some ridge here inside the Sanhok game and eliminated by Pan over there. So Pan significantly now featuring back-to-back inside the kill feeds on important kills. So let's see what Acceleration can pull off in this match as well. But we've got a lot of teams that are trying to make a comeback. A really hard effort coming in from a lot of teams, and this is a very important match for Freestyle as well. The way they have won that last fight in Miramar, confidence, and clearly with that elimination over that fight, they are really looking to make a mark. And look at Wolverine go down. This is not Esports. Daku in action with that M249. They're looking good. And what is going wrong with Team QWERTY? Khan right in front of him. Not Esports. Zamin is just running into that trap. He has no information that Khan is over there. And Khan is going to hurt them. Let's see. I think Zamin just spotted someone. That is why he just even thrown down over there. And this is looking a very difficult situation for Khan, the only lone survivor over there. But look at what has happened. North Esports get picked up by Unpredictable inside the vicinity already, and now they are third-party shots coming in.
I mean, welcome to Sanhok, Trooper. Welcome to Sanhok, all you viewers watching it out there. This is classic Sanhok, right? Where you sort of are, going after a different team, get third-partied from absolutely elsewhere. Now, talking about a team like QWERTY, they were looking so comfortable for a certain moment. Now, once they try to get inside the zone, they lost out on 3 of their players. Now, that's quite unfortunate for them, but this is exactly the moment where teams like I8 can really capitalize, really can cover up on those lost points. Now, gotta make sure that somehow Khan does falter out, but we know that this one man does know how to survive, but not this game, as Rex will put him 6 feet down under. But finally, you have Khan 420 stepping up for his team. He's getting quite some knock over there, but look at Uzum, this mean monster. He's just spraying through onto that vehicle. Did manage to find those 2 knocks, has eventually turned it into a lot of kills. Respect does have that higher ground, but he's really scared because the moment he steps up, he's gonna get shot from behind.
That's his parking spot, Museum. He's just not happy with that parking of the coop over there. He just made sure to deliver the message correctly over there. Brilliant 2 kills for Museum. I8 is looking to prevail once again over here, and it's going to be a very important aspect of the game where I8 is going to land, and how are they going to do the catch-up work over Team QWERTY over there. Museum goes down eventually. Johnny gets picked up over here from Rex. things are not looking good for IH. So any team that I'm picking up and telling that they are playing good sort of start losing player, and even team Bablu gets eliminated. 420, the last player gets eliminated from that play zone over there. And respect now, he's just making things difficult for the lads of Team X Generation. Now it's a good thing that he's putting it off, but Crypto is still surviving over here, taking the damage from the blue. Let's see how he's going to make his way inside, because Hunter has spotted him, pinned him down, and that is the elimination for I8 Esports as well.
Indeed, and right now, I8, well, I mean, just looking at them for a moment, they were looking confident. The next moment, they were just not there, and completely, just getting caught off. So we're gonna anticipate another winner. Now, this is where I really like the chances of NFP Sky, right? But again, X Generation, they might just be able to pull this one off. But respect. Finally getting taken down, and well, X Generation, they're really upping the ante the way they've been playing. They've got quite some numbers, but Team Max, now we did see the players of Team I8 making a comeback, so Team Max could not really be far behind. So really have a good chance in getting a chicken in this one, have a really good position inside the circle, or maybe not, because the kind of a warehouse that they have, it's right out in the open. But Pan, he does not let Unpredictable even get that jump, gets the final play, and with that, just closing in on towards the chicken dinner, as we have got the final 3 teams surviving.
Yeah, so back-to-back final circle appearances for X Generation. So things are moving in the right direction for this underdog team at least. But let's see how Max Esports is going to convert their game inside the final circles. We did see them get one good game inside the map of Erangel yesterday. But here is Sanhok, and they've got the shift of the circle towards their favor as well. And the split looks good to me, and they've got a good amount of cover to play with as well. But this is going to pose problems for the different team, and that is NFP right now. Look at the way they control, look at the minimap, how they're looking towards the circle, just like hungry articles out there. They want that space inside the circle, and look at this desperate effort coming in. But there's going to be a trade. They're going to pick a lad from Max as well. But this is the opportunity that Dread is sensing. If he can get just one more knock on Team Sky, it's going to be very difficult, and the man advantage shift is situation might just shift towards the favor of Team Max. And this knock running out in the open, Ash gets away with it.
He certainly does, and had he just connected that shot, it was so important. Now X Generation could have had such a good time if that knock would have been secured, because NFP Sky would have completely been in shambles. But taking a look at Dread, he apparently does the job for his team, as Rahi out of nowhere gets those 2 knocks, and both just lining up for him and having no trouble in taking them down. But now he needs to worry about his teammates. He needs to get the rest back up. Now this is where X Generation can decide to strike. This is where they can actually contest for the chicken dinner, because it is basically a 2v1v1 situation. But Rahi, if he's gonna get those rests back up onto it, ASAD instantly getting one more nade popped up. But there you have it, Helsi, he is doing it all for his team. It all comes down to ASAD, who apparently gets the final kill and does make it inside the top 2. This is where X Generation need to go for it. It is a 2v1 situation. What on earth are they waiting for, Trooper?
They're not reading the kill feed. Something they did significantly good in the last game, they're not repeating over here. They're allowing that precious moments for Team Max Esports to regroup. The first aid has been popped, even the utility has been deployed. So let's see. Oh, you've got no idea where they are. You should have just went inside over there, but you clearly missed out the trick. Now you got to deal with 2 snakes inside the green grasses of Sanhok, and it's going to be a difficult thing, considering the fact that there's a curve of the land that is supporting. And look at that beautiful lane! 2 players going down to that lane over there. What a game coming in from Max Esports. The way they've controlled the final circle. This wasn't looking their game. Expectation have missed out the trick inside the final circle and have finished with that lane. 2 players going down. This is a brilliant, rewarding chicken dinner for Max Esports.
Indeed it is, 9-kill chicken coming in, 24 points, certainly what Team Max needed. And I think the star of the show, in fact, of those final fights has to, go down to two players particularly, where you've got to talk about Rahi and Asit, making those clutch plays over there in those situations. Rahi sort of starting things off, getting that double kill on NFP Sky, and then Helsi did put up a really good effort in taking a few of the players down of Team Max, but again it was Asit who made a really ballsy play, who had to clutch it out. But in that moment, this has to be discussed upon. What was X generation thinking, holding themselves back over there? I mean, this is simple mathematics. You've been looking at the kill feed. You have a two-man roster over there. The other two players can really support you. They can take a look at the kill feed. They can tell you who was knocking exactly whom and how things were panning out. But they did not do that, and as a result of which, they had to get inside the circle. They had to lose that cover, and Team Max, they knew where X generation were, just threw that last grenade at them, and in turn secured the chicken dinner. Somewhere down the line, I'm gonna say these words, X generation sort of threw this one up, but the MVP will certainly go to Uzim, as I8, of course, QWERTY did take kind of a quick elimination in comparison to I8, as I8 did have a good standing chance in making a comeback, but they also got eliminated pretty early.
This is art you got to learn, right? You got to know where to push. If you're in the final circles and if you're missing out this opportunity, is giving that extra bit of time, this is exactly what happens to you. This is a copybook, textbook example of what is going to happen to you if you don't push at the right time. And X generation missing out over here. Imagine this. This was a 1v2, 2v3 situation, and Max Esports had two of the players knocked. There was just one player standing, and Team Sky had 3 and X Generation had 2, and what happens? Max Esports get away with the chicken dinner, and just because of the fact that X Generation were not confident enough to push in. And this is going to happen to you if you're not going to push in, you're going to get pushed at.
I mean, that's gonna hurt you, right? Hurt you. I mean, they're definitely going to be looking at the replay, and they must be really feeling sorry about themselves. But I think apparently, how the match rankings have come up. Max much needed chicken dinner, exactly what they needed. Team Sky also. We've been talking about, the comeback. So finally, the teams are stepping up, right? The new names are stepping up. Unpredictabl again, a good Sanhok performance. X Generation could have pulled off a back-to-back chicken, but as it says, this did not really go in the way they wanted. Now, I8 have definitely amassed 12 points. Now, Freestyle in terms of recovery, so they've done pretty well. So now Team QWERTY taking a look at them, 3 points, and in terms you've got you've got Team I8 getting 12, so you have to make the match. So 9 points difference, that has been reduced. So in terms of overall rankings, now I8 is definitely inching in closer, which is definitely gonna help them on the longer run.
It's definitely going to. I think they've trimmed down to the lead of Team QWERTY for somewhere around 35 points to 25 points, and it's really going to help them in the long run over here. But let's see how I8 is going to deal with the remaining 3 matches for the day. The kind of comeback they're doing today, already 60 points in just 3 matches. They're having an amazing run. And once again, just before moving to the upcoming Erangel, we're going to have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments from this game as well. And Max Esports, they were really part of action. Imagine where Max Esports looked like that they would get eliminated in this fight against Envy, right? And from that point onwards, they went ahead inside the game and got that chicken dinner. So it's been an amazing game, but this was clearly the wrong parking spot.
To be honest, I think majority of the teams had that one issue, right? Primarily that one issue. They were not prepared for that eastern zone. Most of them had trouble trying to traverse in. Now, the teams that were inside the circle had a really good time. I mean, they were getting a lot of kills secured. But again, I mean, these are the fights that we really have to talk about. See, Rahi does get picked off over there, but Helsi gets spotted out. But again, Team Max just doing the job for his team, and Esad had to be the hero towards the very end as well. Now, as we take a look at the damage graph, Max and NFP Sky, they've been hitting those numbers and hitting them hard. Now, I8, they do not have a really good positioning point, but in terms of kills, 8 did, of course, help them in try, like you mentioned, to trim down that difference between them and Team QWERTY. Now, this is where they really need to understand the fact that, well, the next game that we have up for them, which is going to be in Erangel, Team I8 needs to pull off another chicken if they have to topple Team QWERTY over, because Team QWERTY, they've been looking really good. They've been looking really sound in terms of their placement. It was just that one Sanhok game that kind of messed it up. And now, taking a look at the overall ranking, there you have it. I mean, not a lot of points separating these two teams. I think one good game and I8 will be right, just hanging over the heads of Team QWERTY.
And this is going to go down the wire, I already feel. They've already done 9 matches, 15 more to go inside the National Championship Grand Finale over here. And we clearly have 2 big guns going in for that PMPL slot. We know what it means for them, right? And QWERTY just leading with 25 points at this point. And I think I8 is going to give everything in the remaining 2 days. And in the remaining 3 matches today as well, it's not going to be an easy cakewalk for Team QWERTY. That is for sure over here, because it's a big pride that is at stake. The national champion tag is also going to get awarded over here. But Max Esports, they've been really impressive. They've already got 2 chicken dinners this season, Max Esports. So you really got to make sure that you give back-to-back appearances inside the final circles. You never know, those 15 points are going to be really helpful for your cause.
Yeah, I think this had to be important for Max. Now, before the start of this, today's evening, right? Max and I8 were sitting at the same points, right? Now, I8 came in back with the banger, and they were feeling left out. So this was a much-needed chicken dinner. And we've been, talking about these teams, right? X Generation, Max, Unpredictable. They're all stepping up slowly but surely. Yes. Now, this is the right day, because now the masala has, the entire dish that we're trying to prepare, we've got some few more spices, few more condiments being added up, and this is going to be even more delicious. But right now we're going to be heading up for a short little break, because coming right after is the map of Erangel.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of PUBG Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
Assalamu alaikum everyone and welcome back to another segment of Know Your Champion. इस बार जो हमारे पास प्लेयर मौजूद रहने वाले हैं, दैट इज फ्रॉम टीम पोर्टल स्पोर्ट्स। इनसाइन से हम बातें करेंगे, कुछ सवाल पूछेंगे उनके बारे में और उनकी टीम की स्ट्रैटेजी के बारे में।
थैंक यू अलादीन फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी।
पहला सवाल आपसे हमारा ये रहेगा कि मोमटू का एडिशन टीम के लिए कितना इंपॉर्टेंट रहा है और किस तरह से आप उसे एडजस्ट कर रहे हैं?
मोटू टीम के लिए तो बहुत क्रूशल प्लेयर है, बहुत अच्छा फ्रैगर है, और मतलब टीम कभी कभी ऐसे सैंडविच सिचुएशन में फंसती है या कहीं पे भी मतलब क्रूशल टाइम आता है, क्रूशल नॉक चाहिए होता है, ओपनिंग चाहिए होती है, तो मोटू इज ऑलवेज देयर, वी कैन रिलाई ऑन हिम। बहुत अच्छा फ्रैगर है।
अगर मैं हमेशा से एक बात करता हूँ कि टीम्स के पास प्लेयर्स का एडवांटेज होता है, सर्कल का एडवांटेज होता है। टीम पोर्टल स्पोर्ट्स के पास है वो मोटू का एडवांटेज रहेगा, बिकॉज ही इज़ दैट प्लेयर जो किसी भी सिचुएशन में जब आपको 3-4 नॉक्स निकाल कर दे सकता है। खैर, अगले सवाल की तरफ चलते हैं कि आपने 3 मेंबर्स के साथ भी खेला है और चिकन निकाला है, सो ये किस तरह से आप लोगों ने जो है वो मुमकिन बनाया? लोग 4 प्लेयर्स के साथ चिकन नहीं कर पा रहे और टीम पेस को हमने देखा है 3-3 प्लेयर्स के साथ ये टीम खेल रही होती है।
मोस्टली 3 मैन तो जब भी हम रहते हैं टीममेट्स के एक दूसरे के ऊपर भी ट्रस्ट रहता है कि यार इफ आई डाई तो मेरा टीममेट कवर अप कर लेगा, और उस हिसाब से फिर मोटू है तो मोटू खाता है, लाला दिन तो मोटू लगाता भी है, तो हो जाता है, जो भी होता है कवर हो जाता है।
तो ऐसा तो नहीं होता ना कि जब आप 3 प्लेयर्स होते हो तो मोटू को बोलते हो कि यार आज खाना ज़्यादा खा के आना, क्योंकि हमें चौथे प्लेयर की तुम्हारे अंदर से ज़रूरत निकल कर आएगी, और वो इसी तरह से परफॉर्मेंस दिखा देता हो?
मोटू को हम बोलते हैं भाई तेरा खाना मैच के बीच में ना आना चाहिए, बाकी जितना खा मैच के बीच में नहीं आना चाहिए। उसका कभी कभी आ जाता है भाई मैं ऑर्डर लेके आ, जल्दी आ गया।
ओके
फुल पांड्या को बस मोटू ही चलाता है।
अच्छा, नहीं, अगले सवाल की तरफ हम जाते हैं कि धोनी की डिपार्चर से टीम पे क्या इफेक्ट पड़ा?
एक सिनर्जी होती है जॉनी के साथ, हमने मतलब 1.5 इयर्स तक ऑलमोस्ट ग्राइंड किया था, तो उसके जाने के बाद ऑब्वियसली टीम परफॉर्मेंस में बहुत डिफरेंस आया। मतलब जो एक सिनर्जी बनी हुई थी, ऑब्वियसली 25% अगर मैं कहूँ कि 100% टीम के एफर्ट को 25% हर प्लेयर कंट्रीब्यूट करता है, तो फिर 75% पे हम चले गए थे। तो अभी ऑब्वियसली मोटू इज प्लेइंग, मोटू के साथ एनर्जी काफ़ी ज़्यादा इम्प्रूव हुई है और स्क्वाड की परफॉर्मेंस भी बेहतर हो रही है। तब टाइम थोड़ा सा लगा है, अभी थोड़ा सा और लगेगा, बट विल गेट देयर।
पीएमपीएल की तरफ जाता हुआ जो है वो टीम पोर्टल स्पोर्ट्स को हम देख सकते हैं, या अभी जो है वो कोई कसर बाकी है?
वी आर ट्राइंग आवर बेस्ट, और अभी तो मेन गोल पीएमपीएल है। पीएमएनसी फाइनल्स का हमने बस सिर्फ एक ही गोल रखा है कि पीएमपीएल में बाय हुक और बाय क्रूक हमने पीएमपीएल ही जाना है। तो इंशाल्लाह अपनी साइड से फुल कोशिश करेंगे, बाकी अल्लाह की मर्जी भाई। जिस
टीम में कोई ऐसा प्लेयर है जिसको आप देख सकते हैं कि वो पबजी मोबाइल नेशनल चैंपियनशिप का टॉप फ्रैगर बनकर जाए?
जोकर में मतलब टॉप फ्रैगर बनने की जो क्वालिटी है वो है, बट जोकर का सिर्फ इशू अब तक ये आ रहा था कि उसके एग्जाम्स थे बीच में, फिर उसके मतलब स्केड्यूल जो था वो थोड़ा सा टाइट था, तो हम मोस्टली 3 मैन खेले ही उसी वजह से। अभी इंशाल्लाह वो भी फुल फोकस के साथ आएगा, तो जोकर ही मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली।
चलें, इंशाल्लाह आपकी जो है वो टीम अच्छा परफॉर्म करेगी फाइनल्स के अंदर। गुड लक टू यू एंड योर टीममेट्स। दोस्तों, ये थे हमारे पास टीम पोर्टल स्पोर्ट्स के इनसेन, जिनसे हमने कुछ सवाल पूछे उनके बारे में, उनके प्लेयर्स के बारे में और उनकी टीम के बारे में। मजीद सवालों के साथ, मजीद प्लेयर्स के साथ आपकी खिदमत में हम आते रहेंगे, लेकिन आप लोग PMNC को एंजॉय करते रहिए।
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag woke up your fun. Now, talking about what we're happening around us, a lot of things have taken place. So, first, of course, Team X Generation stepping up big. Now we've got Team Max also retaliating back with the chicken dinner. Now these were the off maps, right? Now we're coming back to the bread and butter map of PUBG Mobile. That's going to be Erangel, where apparently, Trooper Team 8 has been setting their own personal records with 22 kills. So again, a lot of people might just start speculating. And I was just hovering around the chat after the match, and everyone was like, "Oh, fixes. It was just luck that got them
No?
this chicken dinner."
No, no,
Yeah, people were doing that, and that sort of, started me into contemplating: was it really luck or was it really good map control? But either ways, if I8 pull one more chicken dinner off, maybe in a next different circle, I think that might just be the perfect answer to shut people down. I think
Well,
that
it
might
is.
just be it.
It really is going to be, and for me, it's going to be very, very important where they are going to drop. And if it's
Ah,
military base away from the plane path, then we're going to see where they're going to go for that drop, because we've seen them drop into different locations since the semi-finale. They're trying different strategies, not working for them, but going back when they went back towards the military drop, the circle going back towards the military base area, they just got 22 kills. What a number to pull off over there. So it's going to get pretty interesting because we've got 2 angles remaining for the day. Where are I8 going to drop in is going to be a key factor to watch out, and how is that going to impact their results is also what we're going to watch. But other teams like Max Esports, this is their strong suit, right? No one drops into Pachinki. They've got a very important city to start their game as well. They've already got a chicken dinner behind their back already inside the day, inside the first 3 matches. With 2 angles remaining now, it's going to be a very important what sort of a match they're going to play over here. And by the looks of it, I think the military base is inside the equation once again from Georgiapool towards Nova Ripnoy. That is the playing path that we are watching over here. And I don't think I8 has any reasons to jump towards that main island this time. And once again, they're going to be jumping towards that military base area. But the important thing, where is the circle going to go, Fixers? What do you think this time?
well, considering the flight path, Troop, I think we're looking at a shelter prison. Or maybe a school shelter circle or something around the eastern side. I'd be surprised. I'd be surprised if we again get a certain side. But what I would really want to see maybe something happening around Stalwell. Come on, it's been a while. We're sort of missing out on that northern circle, right? Yesterday we did have a hybrid one, but eventually it sort of went into a different direction. So yeah, I would really want to see one of those northern circles, because western circles is something we are sort of accustomed to. And again, I ate this time, not taking, not risking, the biscuit over here, and dropping down again at military base. So I'm looking out for Team NB as well. This is one of those squads that loves dropping at Novripnoy, but no, it's Quantum Rage rather. So a lot of changes have been made over here. I just do not know
I think they're
if
just
it's for
hovering
the
over.
better good.
Oh, you got that
Oh,
hybrid northern circle pictures with the eastern shores and the northern shores. They come into the equation, and I think this quantum range, they're just hovering over that water body over there, and they're going to move towards that Milta area where they love to. And I think it's NV once again inside Nova Reploy over here. So let's see how these things are going to shape up the results of the game. Clearly, I get outside the circle. They got to loot up. They've got a good area to loot up, and they're going to be the part of that rotation. We don't have DS official, so I don't think anyone else is going to risk just blocking the bridge, the military base bridge for IED. But in this sort of a circle, I've often seen IED try to go through the Nova bridge, and it's going to be really interesting if they try to do that over here as well. But let's find. We're going to find all that answers pretty soon. But for now, it's going to be that moment where the players are going to do that early good, and I don't see a lot of scuffle inside the early game over here.
yep. I mean, right now, again, this is this is the fight that we were talking about, right? Yesterday, I think time was of the essence, and eventually both the teams just got picked off. And again, like we had said, Lost was one of those teams, and yeah. Death Squad definitely was the other one. Leon and Ash pulled off quite some, brave effort in, trying to keep the squad alive. But lack of meds, lack of vehicles, somehow, they managed to kind of avoid the situation. But still, the fate was same for both these teams. They could not have a good finish. But now, I think today they're gonna, just mind their own business, get their loot done, and get the hell out of here.
Let's see if they're going to learn from yesterday or not. And clearly, some of the teams have. And this was the encounter that yesterday we criticized a lot. And in the first game, they did not go up ahead, against each other inside the same area. So clearly, it's a different sort of a stance that they are pulling off over here. And let's be hopeful that they won't repeat the same mistakes again. And it's going to be very important. But Lost Esports, they're looting up the extended city. They're trying to control this road that moves towards the Primorsk area. So they're going to find a little bit of a vehicles as well over here. But this is the fight. This is the problem with Georgiopol City, right? You don't get a lot of vehicles inside this area. And two squads already over here. They might just get their hands on one or two vehicles, so they got to just find more. And for that, I think they got to be really, really cautious with. So with the plane pass starting from this area, you must just find you. There's always a risk of finding another team pretty close nearby, and if that happens, it's not going to be a very good situation.
Yeah, I think Lost pretty much know, that they might just engage into a scuffle. And since, both these teams are adamant in not really leaving their original drop spot, so I think they've got a specific plan. Now, the only way out is you need to make sure that you've got enough vehicles for yourself. And of course, just try not to die. Try not to be out in the open so that you get picked off. So I think those early skirmishes, both of the teams would be avoiding. And the way they have dropped off, I think they indeed can. Now, Team Max is enjoying the Pochinki area, right? They're going to have some hefty loot. There has been not a lot of changes around. And Team QWERTY, if you remember yesterday's one game of Erangel, where I think it was Khan who was sort of taken down right from the early get-go, and then again it was Team QWERTY who came up top with a chicken. So yeah, we do know Team QWERTY does have that chance in Erangel, one of those teams that does have some best rotations, alongside the likes of Team I, who apparently are back to their winning ways, the way they tend to dominate. And these small changes, just that one drop location earned them a 22 kill chicken, right? Again, they've stuck on to their military base. Let's see how this thing goes. Because if I this does win this one, does win in this northern circle, I think it's gonna shut down a lot of people that have been sort of doubting their capabilities as a team.
And this is a perfect example, right? And they've arrived so late, but look at the intensity of the loot. They're just moving, jumping from house to house, window to window. They're just wasting no single second, no movement being wasted over there as well. They're just moving from that loot spawn to loot spawn and getting that loot. It's a beautiful sight to see a competitive team do that, and they're just giving that so much importance to time inside the city while they're looting it up. And you can see the split also from the lads. Three players inside the city, one of them just looting the compounds nearby. That is what they do on repetitive basis. And it's a really, really good team, and they're working on the basics so beautifully. But really, the kind of results they have pulled off for themselves, it's no easy task to do, to be really honest. And you got to work in really so hard, and that is how they're getting it. And I think I8 is going to challenge them definitely, and it's not going to be an easy cakewalk for QWERTY. But this competition is going to get really interesting, and I just hope that Quantum Rage sort of gets into the gets going, even Team Bablu gets going, and these four teams are going to have a really amazing contest over here. I don't want them to lose up opportunities so early, because still 15 games remaining. It's a big number of games that they got to play, and the confidence is going to play a very important part. But just like we anticipated, Team IA did move towards the Novo Bridge, but I think it's going to be important for them if they're going to do that retreat stance and go towards that military-based bridge in the later half, or are they going to stick towards this part? It's going to get really, really important to know.
Yes, indeed. That's going to be so important. But Team Envy, back to the place where they absolutely love and thrive. I think what they're going to be eyeing out is for teams like IA trying to, just cross over the bridge and, set up a camp to sort of try and take them down. Now, Team Envy really loves doing that. Now, we've seen these players, they've been putting their hearts out. We've seen, KSF, we've seen Sex Pistol, Absol, staying alive for quite some time. And there you have it. The teammates are making those rotations in. They've got those vehicles secured. But Absol, he's just being patient, right?
I
He
think
knows that I8 might just come in any single moment.
I think they've already left from this part, and they haven't realized this. They definitely showed up, and they've left already. But now we've got Freestyle in an important fight. Once again, it's Team Sky right in front of them. So let's see how this fight is going to take off, because it's a very important fight for Freestyle over here. They're just trying to change the course of the day from yesterday. And look at this angle from the nade. A brilliant nade from Malik. What a brilliant nade. And now the second nade gets popped in, because Khalid is over here. And I think he's just going to charge in with that Uzi, get the second knock. This is the second knock for Freestyle Malik, and he's going to complete that without wasting any time now. Deadshot and Halsey inside the vicinity as well. Tyrant holding up an angle, and he's popped up another nade, and they're using these so beautifully out here. No, just switch to your gun. Halsey goes down now. Tyrant is not giving any much footsteps, and look at the Tyrant has got the last four player. What did he do? He just missed out on that opportunity, but luckily his teammate did not, and Malik gets the third one. He pulls off a 1v3 over here and makes sure that Freestyle will go ahead, and that was a big mistake coming in from that man over there.
I mean, I do not know what that shot was really thinking, and I think NFP Sky were not really prepared for that one fight, and I think huge props to Malik. He's got that experience, one of those oldest players in the scene, and he is living up to his name, right? So this is exactly what we wanted from our team Freestyle over there, and they have started delivering. NFP Sky getting out of the equation. We've got I8 off to a very good rotation, and like you said, team Envy just trying to wait out for them, and they were just like sitting ducks, right? They did not know that I8 had apparently crossed over already, but unpredictable. Spotting out Team Bablu in the far off fray, and all they can do right now is just spot them out because they're having a good spot. They are, beneath some good covers. They were split up well. They've got the angles checked up. Now Team Bablu is right beside them, and look at Teen Wolf. He's on really low HP.
Yeah. Because what I was saying about I8, right? I was just trying to add on to the point that you were saying. We know that one way or the other, I8 is going to play at the world stage once again, right? They have the experience and we know the potential inside them. So they're going to excel either in the NC or inside the PMCO, and they're going to make sure that they're going to be part of that PMPL over there. And the way that they have been changing the strategies, right? Not wasting much time for crossing the Novo Bridge. It was a mistake that they were doing in the last World Event. And they've got a secondary drop location that they are working inside competitive lobbies, and these were the things that we were pointing out that I8 is missing out, and that is why they were not getting the results. So it's a very amazing thing to see I8 working on all those small little things that they have that sort of hurt them in the past, but they're definitely going to get flying results out here. I'm pretty much sure about that.
Yep, indeed. I mean, I think the way I8, we've seen them, in multiple global events. Now, this team does carry on a lot of experience. Now, what I really want to see from them is sticking by each other, because these lads have gone through a lot of ups and downs, and we've seen them, making headlines a lot, and they've been, going through some bad time. They've recovered. They're in a new org right now. They're looking happy. They're looking settled. They're playing the PMCO as well, and these lads are always fighters, right? But again, I really do not want this one thing to happen, which happens with every other org these days. The players sort of giving up on each other after one bad tournament, right? I cannot play with him. He's unbearable. As long as you stick to each other, as long as you rectify your own mistakes, you really improve as a team, right? So I think that sort of a synergy really does count at the highest level of competitive gameplay. Because come on, let's be honest. Everyone knows how to aim. Everyone knows how to shoot. It's all comes down towards your teamwork, your communications during those fights, your positioning, something that improves with time, with you playing with each other as a team, and most importantly, having trust on each other. So if they sort of develop that, I think they're having a really bright future up ahead. Now, I've been very, very confident in making those claims, right? It has been one of the best teams in Pakistan right now. Now, we've seen these four players really shining out. We do know their substitute. I think it's Reviews, who is another impressive fragger. So I think maybe we're gonna see more out of him in the PMCO. But either ways, I look really strong as a team.
I couldn't have put that in a better way, Fixes, and you just said those so important words. And that's not just for a team like I8; it's for all the underdog teams as well, who are just trying to make it to the main scene over here. You gotta stick with your teammates. You gotta trust them. You gotta work on the callings and on the communication, and it's really important factor. And let's see how the scene is going to grow inside the Pakistani region and the nearby regions as well. But for now, we've got I8 just trying to arrive at this bridge that connects the city of QWERTY and Yasnaya Poliana, and they've got a team lurking around in the compound nearby. That is Dead Squad. They drop inside Yasnaya, and they have looted it off completely, and they're shooting at Crypto's vehicle right now. But they've got Teen Star holding up the petrol station. So I8 just moving in between two teams at this point. And luckily, they have not lost a single teammate so far. So it's a pretty important rotation that they have executed. And now Twinder follows them and just sort of hurting them and sort of taunting them while moving from the same rotation over there. And they've just successfully completed it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the cojones you need to know, have to carry out such beautiful plays, right? Right, amongst enemy lines, you making that move. Now, I really like Team Bablu's positioning, the way they've taken over those dual compounds, but today has not really been Team Bablu's day. Quite some early eliminations, and what they would have wanted to kind of hold on to the third position, is slowly but surely dropping down. So I think that is one of those areas that really need to work on. But talking about working on a lot of multiple things, has to be this team, right? When I was casting in the group stages, I did see them to be playing so very well, and somewhere down the line they've made it to the finals, but they're looking like they've gassed out. All right, so I think Trooper is apparently angry with me. He's, off the stream a little bit. He's having some tech issues. He's gonna join in a while, but till then, I'll just be continuing with what I was really saying, right? Team Star. This is the game where they need to start redeeming themselves. Now, considering the fact that we've got this third airdrop falling down, the Mark 14 with the suppressor AR attached. So just the kind of an attachment that you would need. But along with that, if you sort of get a cheek pad, that is it. It's just done. And yeah, an extended quick draw also does help, right? This gun becomes a mammoth of a weapon after that. Now Joker taking a look at them. You've got the M16 taps just being hit on those cars. But right now, taking a look at things, we've got Freestyle going up against Quantum Rage, and they indeed have managed to secure a knock for themselves. Malek not really in the best of HPs. He's definitely gonna heal himself up. In the meanwhile, you've got Tyrant, who's hitting some really good shots over here. Now we've got to see as to what Oreo, Vaz, and Weekend are up to. But Respect does manage to take down a Dil in this process. Now, Dale being out of the picture, it is definitely not going to help the cause of the boys from Quantum Rage, right? Because he's been one of those top fraggers. Now, Team Freestyle. Now, this is what was much needed from their side, because we know this is one of those squads that did have the potential, that they did show the resilience during the semis. They were looking so strong, and coming into the finals, we're looking at those early initial days of Team Freestyle, where they were struggling with a lot of things, right? So I would love to see them get back in to their own flow, into their own momentum. But when is that gonna happen? I really have no idea. But now, Team Quantum Rage, with just 3 players alive, haven't really managed to secure any kill. They've got to make their way inside the circle. But X Generation going big on towards the players of I8, who apparently are going ham after QWERTY. Now, QWERTY is again under heavy fire by the boys from Team Star. So, a lot of things are happening, and a lot of things are something that we actually have sort of missed out on. I really want to see these players, back in action. I really want to see where all these fights are happening, because Johnny apparently is now engaging against Quantum Rage. Now, finally, Oreo being taken out of the equation by Gully Boy. That sort of opens a lot of things up, and it's the last player, Vaz, who is apparently just trying to traverse around with his Bucky, maybe just about to meet his makers. And Team QWERTY, they've been taken down of the equation. Something that I absolutely could not believe. And right now, talking about Quantum Rage, well, Vaz, let's see how long he survives. Team Unpredictable really have a good compound. Now, Trinda has been taken down by a Gully Boy, who apparently is completely feeling himself. Now, we know he's a really crucial player, and he's been delivering in the past. He's been delivering today in this particular game as well. So you gotta expect big things from him, right? So a lot of things are happening inside the map. A lot of kills that are so difficult to track right now. But X Generation, considering the spot that they are in, they're kind of surrounded by 2 different squads, but one good grenade is gonna end things down for them, or maybe just increase their wows. But because TMW is going head on with the push now, even Team I8 is under heavy fire. With Psycho, the last surviving member of X Generation, he's in a whole world of trouble, just waiting, for the moment that the players just charge in and finish him off. So much things are happening over here, and yes, he gets spotted out by Big Boss, who apparently is substitute. And we were looking at him for the first time over here. Not really have seen him in different occasions. Finally, Quantum Rage gets taken out, and now the players of Freestyle, Malik, he's bleeding. But take a look at the circle as Team Bablu. They're definitely gonna be happy with their spot, with their positioning. So let's see what happens. Well, I mean, this particular zone, right? This particular zone is also helping the team of Portal Esports, right? Especially Mom. The way he's positioned himself along with his teammates, if he kind of plays it really well, then it will definitely help them in the longer run. Kurama, Big Boss, and Reaper. 3 players from TMW. Well, let's see. Right now, Big Boss is just spraying on, and any single moment he can try and get back off, or he's just gonna wait things around. And now TMW, well, let's see what they're up to, because Team NB, they find themselves amid some fight, and Max really have a very good commanding position over them. Now Hacker, he's sort of waiting for the right time to strike. He's sort of waiting for the right opportunistic moment. As Team Maxed, well, the boys over here, as we can see, the kind of a spot that they have, if they sort of secure their background, if they can secure their tails, I think they're good to go in this fight. But you know, in this kind of a shift, like we're talking about Rusov, it eventually tends to shift down up top. Now there you have Rati spotting out Joker, does get that beautiful knock over there, as the shots have connected. And Portal Esports, well, we've got to see as to what he's up to right now. Rahi, he's got that grenade cooked up. Any single moment, he's going to be lobbing it onto Rex and Hunter's direction, as Rex just gets blown up. And we still have Hunter in the mix. And one more grenade might just even things up over here. And right now, let's see. Rahi, what can he do? What can he do? The smoke's being lobbed onto. And let's see. Hacker. Alright, spots out Absorb, but no! A double peek from the side of Team Envy, and they get taken down. And right now, well, we've got to, see how does Max sort of get themselves back into this particular fight. So many teams just playing from the periphery of the zone, as the circle sort of shifts on towards the eastern side, as Hacker gets picked off, but Red is still there. He needs to get the rest back up, but no, getting sort of greedy and has been punished by KSF, who apparently is pushing on towards him, and he needs to do it because he does not have any sort of meds available. If the circles start shrinking, he's basically done for. But look at KSF, almost barely getting that knock on towards Rahi. But as the circle is going to close in, he's going to get knocked out from the zone itself. It's going to be so devastating as he enters inside the coop, but the damage is absolutely real, as he will finally find himself out of this game. And Team Max, well, they've been eliminated, but Team Envy, they're still alive, with KFCF just getting knocked out. I do not know if he's going to get that revive. Same can be said for App. So what was he even thinking, trying to get that revive, especially when the sixth circle has sort of hit him? Now, of course, look at him. He's just going to prone down. He's going to take a few shots here and there, but Mage, alright, he's just spraying on towards the players of Team Unpredictable, who apparently have been really consistent. And now North Esports in this very precarious situation. Gotta see how on earth they pull this one off. So Samin is just prone in. Any single moment he might just peek out and maybe take a few sprays here and there. But Team Bablu, alright, so they're kind of settling in for the center, and now it's going to be a Herculean task, so to sort of hold on to that position they have, because look at them, they're completely surrounded by enemies. So let's see what we do have to offer, because considering how these teams have positioned themselves, I really feel 2-3 teams that are looking really strong. One being, of course, Team Bablu, second being Unpredictable, then you've got Portal, and of course Team North. Now everything is sort of gonna pan down to which team the circle really shifts, right? Where the circle really rotates. Now Rex has of course gotten that first knock on towards Coast, but then I want to see the follow-up. What happens next. Now Rex on he's definitely pretty low on his HP. He's gonna get that revive, but Dead Squad's Hadi, he's trying to instill some damage into their opponents' hearts as they're gonna creep their way inside the zone. And I'm pretty sure Team Bablu must have anticipated, them over there. But Kali Boy's position is going to be really, really cheeky. Now, we do know that this player loves to survive. He knows how to live. Joko getting really up close and personal will be punished by Sex Pistol, who makes no mistake in taking him down, but eventually has been traded off by Hunter from Team Unpredictable, who apparently are having such a good run. Now, taking a look at Team Unpredictable, they've built their vehicle fortress in terms of how they've sort of positioned themselves. But this zone is definitely favoring the likes of Team Unpredictable and Team Bob. Team Unpredictable on the most terms because they've got no one behind them. They're not in a sandwich position. They've got the better of the circle. They've got that high ground. They've got good cover to play around with. So everything that they could possibly want, that is what they're getting. And of course, all right, I think he's on the brink of getting knocked out, and yes, he does go down as well. So now Team Bablu, well, just those 4 players. Now Team Freestyle, they've been playing phenomenally well, getting 15 kills. This is exactly what you would expect from them. This is where we sort of witness the comeback. And now Kali Boy just trying to inch in, get a little further, get a little up close and personal. Let's see what really happens. So now Kali Boy just trying to close in on the gap. We'll have to see what is he up to. And well, Dani and Kali Boy just beside each other. Kali Boy, if he can shift to his AR, then I think he can do some damage, but he does not want to give away his position. He's just gonna play the cards, but I think Zibian has spotted him out, but eventually will get knocked out, but it does not really matter because the revives will be there in due course of time. Now, Portal Esports, they've sort of proned in, and Nocto and Momtu, those 2 players surviving for their team. Let's see what they do. What do they have to offer, considering that the 2 players alive out there? You've got Khan 420. Well, he's still kicking off for his team. Now, Team Bablu, they're in a very commanding position. Not the best of the kills that they would have wanted, but a chicken dinner is gonna bring them back right into contention. So now, Team Bablu, well, let's see what they're up to. And in this 4v2 situation, who's gonna clutch it out? And that's going to be big. That's going to be important. Well, see what is gonna happen. Getting so close, up close and personal. Nocto and Momtu, just those 2 players alive, as Wolf gets that opening knock on Portal Esports, and that's the last player, Nocto, who is apparently just waiting for his death as the players of Team Bablu go charging in and eventually end up getting a chicken dinner. Now, this is a much needed breather for a lot of teams. Yes, congratulations to Team Bablu. 7 kills, much needed. 22 points, which sort of brings them into contention for the 3rd spot. Now, the big guns, they could not survive for quite some longer time, right? This sort of gave the other teams that were kind of struggling, in those middle table to get themselves back in. Now, Team Bablu has finally reached a spot where they initially were at the start of their day, and that is at the 3rd position. Now I know I might just be looking like I'm talking to myself, but yeah, I'm sort of waiting for Trooper to maybe come back in, but we live in tough times, my friend, so I hope you understand. So now, if we talk about Kali Boy, 6 kills for this lad. I mean, he's been phenomenal. He's been looking really strong, and this is exactly what we need right now from him. And I think Freestyle, just being that only single team that we were sort of expecting them to perform, but eventually they could not, right? Right at the start of the day, I think this is a very, very good recovery from their sides. Now, talking about the top 4 players, this is where the big guns come in, right? This is a much needed game for Freestyle, where they absolutely went berserk in terms of their kill potential. So 12 kills for these lads, and unpredictable. You've got Rex, you've got Nocto from Portal Esports, 3 kills individually, and these are our top 4 players over here. Now, unpredictable again. They've been having a really good time today with the way they've been playing, but what they're really missing it out on is that one chicken dinner. They've been really close to it. Maybe they might get it. But if we take a look at how things really panned out in that circle, right? In the final situation, it was really chaotic. Now, taking a look at the match summary, you've got Calibre, you've got Respect, you've got Rex. Again, Respect absolutely everywhere. Sort of in terms of chicken dinner, yes, of course, it was Team Bablu's game. But if you're talking about the team that has absolutely impressed us, has to be Respect, right? So and Freestyle, of course. I mean, they've been playing so well. Now, Team Freestyle, this is the game that they desperately needed. I want to see what difference does it create in terms of the overall rankings. Yeah, of course, Freestyle did not have the best of position points, but look at the kills. On that mark itself, they've managed to secure the first spot in the total points in at least this map. But of course, our boys who have got the chicken dinner, we've got Team Bablu over here, and 22 points is what they're going to be securing for themselves. Now, this is a really good climb from Predictable, and the same can be said from Portal Esports. Now, this was much needed out from this team, but Team QWERTY and i8 have sort of been on that roller coaster ride, right? But of course, i8 is still inching in those gaps. They've been getting those 2-3 kills. They've been getting equal chance, to get themselves right back inside this tournament, try to still contend for that first spot. But we've got to see as to how these lads are going to be performing. So, I really feel alone with my partner, not really visible. But like I said to you, ladies and gents, I mean, tough times, tough worlds with all these situations going out, not being physically present, sort of definitely is a bummer, but it's all right. Now, taking a look at the teams, the highlights over here. Of course, I mean, it was quite chaotic towards the very end. The Northern Shift, we did see a lot of teams taking their time, so a lot of interesting fights. And this is where, you've got to commend KSF for his efforts, as he almost pulled off a 1v3 in that particular situations. So now, right now, if you take a look at Team Unpredictable, I mean, you've got to say it, they've been having such a good day. And Gully Boy, had he just, resorted to spraying down, maybe he could have done some decent amount of damage on Team Bablu. If not, the whole squad could have at least taken down 2 players with their pants down. Now, taking a look at the damage graph, we've got Team Unpredictable, Team Freestyle, really topping the charts in terms of damage numbers. But I think if you talk about the conversion ratio, right, the conviction rate, it was still Freestyle who was looking really good. And this was really explosive in terms of how Freestyle and Unpredictable had positioned themselves. I really want to see as to how this impacts the overall scheme of things over here. Now, taking a look at the overall rankings, now the distance, we were talking about Team i8 and Team QWERTY, slowly but surely Team Bablu have creeped in towards them, just 2 points shy. Now, Team Bablu again in contention. So now let's see if the players of Team Quantum Rage might just pull off a whammy and maybe do something else. So if they can get a chicken dinner, they can certainly do good, they can certainly do well. But right now, taking a look at the second half, well, this is going to be interesting, because Lost Esports, I mean, they played 10 matches, 12 points. So in terms of position points, they've got to really work it out. They've got to really work hard. But X Generation, they're slowly but surely picking up the pace. Freestyle really having a good time. And now taking a look at Team Bablu's, scorecards. Okay, 420 boy. Call him Khan 420, just call him 420. Either ways, this player is a potential future star. He certainly impressed us during the group stages. I'm sure he's certainly going to impress us even further in the next stages to come. Now, talking about team Bablu's Team Wolf, he again one of those most experienced players of the region. He made sure that he held on to the center of the circle early on, and Team Bablu, we all are sort of aware. We do know that they love that 2-2 split with themselves, and that is exactly what they've done for themselves. And with this Erangel being over, the next Miramar yet to come, I really want to see if Team Bablu can actually make a comeback in that one, because we know Team Bablu is capable of pulling those back-to-back chickens, and we're talking about the second Miramar of the evening. That is where they thrive, that is where they survive, and the first Miramar did not really go the way they planned. But the second Miramar might just be a completely different story. But as we head into a short little break, we will be right back after. You guys don't go anywhere and just wait for it.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of Pubg Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG मोबाइल का रियल मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
दिस इज अलादीन। आज के दिन हमारे पास कुछ प्रो प्लेयर्स मौजूद रहेंगे पबजी मोबाइल के, और उनसे हम ये जानेंगे कि जब वो डेट पर जाते हैं या जब वो बाहर जाते हैं तो वो तैयार होने में कितना टाइम लगाते हैं।
मैं पर्सनली या
पर्सनली
सबसे पहले तो ये कि मैं जाता नहीं बाहर से ही है।
You just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't.
कोई नहीं, सिर्फ नीचे स्लीपर पहनो और बस बाहर निकल जाओ। कपड़े इस्त्री हो ना हो वो कोई नहीं, अपना शहर है, कोई सब जानते हैं ये कैसे है।
कभी कभी घंटा भी लग जाते, कभी आधा घंटा भी लग जाता है।
डेट पे आई गेस कभी गया तो नहीं हूँ, लेकिन अगर जाता हूँ तो मैक्सिमम 3 to 4 आवर्स।
लेकिन सामने वाले पे भी तो डिपेंड करता है ना कि कभी कभी आपको 5 मिनट लगा के भी जाना पड़ता है अगर दोस्त बुला रहे हो, और कभी कभी आधा घंटा भी लगाना पड़ता है अगर दोस्त बुला रहे।
कभी कभी नहा लिया
कभी कभी नहा लिया।
कभी कभी चले जाते, लाइक बहुत कहीं आउटिंग पर जाना हो तो फिर मतलब सही तैयार होकर, नहीं तो वैसे जैसे नॉर्मल हो अभी ऐसे ही कंडीशन में बाहर निकल जाओ, जैसी भी कंडीशन हो बंदा चला जाता है भाई।
आप जब तैयार होते हैं नोक्टो डेट पर जाने के लिए या फिर बाहर जाने के लिए, तो आप कितना टाइम लगाते हैं?
10 to 20 मिनट्स। आप शावर ले रहे हो और फिर चेंज करते हो,
फिर घंटा कहाँ लगाते हो आप?
फिर वो घंटा जब लगता है वो वॉशरूम में फोन यूज करते लगते हैं या बेड पे लगते हैं लेटे हुआ।
सही है जी। तो कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग जवाब हमें प्लेयर्स की तरफ से सुनने को मिले, कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल हमने भी उनसे पूछे। मजीद सवालों और मजीद जवाबों के साथ आपकी खिदमत में वापस आते रहेंगे। तब तक के लिए PMNC के साथ जुड़े रहिए। सलादीन, अब के सेगमेंट में हमारे पास एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल रहने वाला है, क्योंकि हम प्लेयर से पूछने वाले हैं कि उनके पास सबसे ज्यादा यूजलेस टैलेंट क्या है। ऐसा कौन सा टैलेंट है जो उनको लगता है कि वो किसी काम का नहीं, बट वो उसे टैलेंट मानते हैं क्योंकि उनके अलावा उनको लगता है कोई कर नहीं सकता। तो चलिए प्लेयर्स के पास चलते हैं और उनकी राय लेते हैं।
ऐसा यूजलेस टैलेंट तो वो
मैं टाइम वेस्ट कर सकता हूँ अपना टाइम वेस्ट कर सकता हूँ।
जब मैं लेटता हूँ ना, मतलब कोई भी मेरी फेवरेट मूवी मतलब अभी न्यू निकली है ना, कोई भी मार्वल या जिस चीज की भी निकली है, तो मतलब मैं बहुत फेवरेट भी हूँ, मैं बस लेटता हूँ ना और बस वहीं सो जाता हूँ।
मैं तकरीबन दिन में मैं 2-3
टाइम सोता रहता हूँ, रात को भी सोता हूँ, सुबह उठ के भी सोता हूँ, शाम को भी। तो खान भी मुझे काफ़ी सुनाता रहता है, कहते हैं कि आपकी नींद बड़ी ज़रूरी होती है मैचेस से, तो हम मिस कर देते हैं अक्सर।
यार मुझ में कोई ऐसी यूजलेस टैलेंट ही नहीं है, तो टैलेंटेड बंदा हूँ बहुत।
यही है, अब जैसे पीकी ब्लाइंडर्स एक सीजन है, उसके 4 सीजन मैंने एक ही रात में 1-2 रातें लगा के फिनिश कर दी।
सही है, ये वाकई एक बहुत ज्यादा यूजलेस टैलेंट है।
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. All right. All right. Look who's here. You talk about Miramar. Well, of course, welcome. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, and which is, of course, sponsored by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag book up your fun. And well, you've been asking for the duo, and here we are, Ocean Sharma. So right now,
Yeah.
Ocean, we've been having quite some storyline, and we are heading into Miramar, where you have some quite iconic phrases, I believe.
I mean, I do have those iconic phrases, but you know that those rulers should be just there, you know, to rule the Miramar. That's my thing. If I have to talk about it, but right now, you know, if you talk about the flight path, starting up from Minas del Sur to Campo Militar is what we see. Tierra Bronca, El Azad, Junkyard, Minas General, Isla Benita, Los Angeles. Good areas coming down for the flight path right now. But think about the areas around El Pozo, the greater fields. I mean, there are two situations. First is the drop, and second is the rotations around these areas if the circle persists.
I mean, you know, you've been doing a different region altogether. I think
Yeah.
it's my duty to summarize everything, or maybe it's not, because you know which teams are
I have
dominating
been,
already.
yeah.
Yeah, you've been following the scene, and you know, it has been sort of that QWERTY, I8, and Team Bablu story altogether. But the last game, of course, Team Bablu coming back with a chicken dinner, and this particular circle, Ocean, I really feel this is one of those circles where Team Bablu really thrives, right? Having the certain areas, they sort of can make a good rotation and maybe deal with Team Unpredictable, who apparently are also the underdogs that we really need to watch out for.
Definitely unpredictable. I mean, Hunter remover. Those players have been doing brilliant for themselves. But around Bablu, I wouldn't bother about unpredictable right now. I would bother much more about Maxi. I mean, look at where Rahi is, pretty close to Team Bablu at this moment. Meanwhile, Dread, Hagar, those are comparatively onto the other sides, but it kind of matters. I mean, if Dread sees an opening from that bridge, he can move alongside that bridge area. If Rahi sees a movement, an opening from his own side, that's well little Mar, he would actually force his teammates to maybe chime in on Bablu and maybe take up an early fight, an early skirmish. We'll have to see if that happens or not. But again, the question persists. What I was talking about, El Pozo, right? The teams around Campo Militar, Torre Ahumada, if they want to rotate inside the circle, Junkyard, Minas Generales, Hacienda del Patron, maybe not so much because there are teams there already. So the second, the plan B that teams have for themselves is have a longer rotation from El Pozo, which can be okay. But you need to get to the center lines of the circle, and that will be the next challenge for them.
Now, you know, Ocean, in terms of overall standings, we're looking at Team QWERTY, of course, sitting up top. Now, the difference between Team I8 and Team Bablu is just mere 2 points. Now, we all know, right? Team Bablu are really comfortable in this particular map. But the first Miramar of the evening that we had, they made some terrible mistakes. Now you've been following the scene lately. We've seen this player, Khan 420s, display some really gritty plays, and he's definitely one of those players that I really think has a bright future up ahead. So right now for Team Bablu, we know this is going to be a really daunting task. But again, I think I would seek your expert opinion over here in terms of what Team Bablu needs to do in if they need to win, because they're surrounded by a lot of teams. We all know where they drop, and this zone, they have to really play it carefully.
Definitely. So for Team Bablu right now, if you talk about this map, this circle, this skirmish that might as well just happen in a while, I would say they just need to go with the flow of their original Bablu gameplay. That is, if they're inside the circle, just defend their markers. No need to go for the rotations right now, because early rotations can be a headache as well. I mean, you are in your safe zone, you're in your comfort zone, not in the safe zone. I mean, there is the safe zone, there's no red zones or anything, but you're in your safe zone, right? So that's your comfort zone to play around. So they don't need to focus on rotations. All they need to do is focus on the gunfights. If it comes to them, then maybe after the second or the third circle, if the circle actually pushes them, then maybe find a good central area for them in the circle and then take those fights. I mean, talking about the circle, we're going to be seeing the first circle just coming up close. I mean, it's going to close up right now, and with that, I mean, in maybe a few minutes or something, we'll see it rotating aggressively with the stance on circle. Okay, this is way more aggressive. I should talk about it.
Is Voltrox annoyed with Wolverine? I mean, what could be the scene? What could be the scenario where
maybe he picked up his weapon or something and he ran away?
Maybe his vehicle?
Maybe his vehicle as well.
I mean, I've seen brothers fighting over M4s. I'm not gonna be surprised because that is one of those weapons that we really love. Now, an M4 lying in front of me, if someone else takes it, I'm gonna be really pissed about it. I think that could have been a possibility over here. Now we're talking about Team QWERTY. They have been really dominating in this tournament, but today they started off really well, but we're seeing that little bit of a downfall. And in that downfall, I really expected, Team I8 to catch up, because this sort of Team QWERTY got eliminated pretty early on, but I8, along with them, they could not survive for even longer time. So today, what we were speculating, usually, day 2, day 3, these are the days where we see that comeback happening. And I8 went for a ludicrous 22 kills chicken dinner tonight, and after that, they've sort of been looking a bit shabby.
I remember, I saw your story on the Instagram. By the way, guys, if you are out here, make sure you follow us on Instagram as well. And I saw your story on Instagram, right? You were like, hey, you guys want to come back today itself? Like all the days comebacks is just coming today. And that, so I went back, I saw that match, and boy, oh boy, this team was just, the second name of aggression that they were just showcasing out here. So I would say they popped off really good, but I would hope that they keep on continuing that, because if your domination just keeps on going, it kind of just, suppose today's day gets over, and if they're in the same pace tomorrow as well, then for the final day, teams are going to be like, we have one major problem in front of us. That's not to get to the first position, not the second, not the third. That's I8. That's one team that there is. We got to shut them down, because these kind of tournaments, it just brings up a mind game understanding what you can do for the upcoming tournaments as well. Because obviously there are going to be other tournaments, and if you're doing good here, you might as well just have chances otherwise. But full respect to his parking.
I mean, tell me more about this sort of a cover that he has created for himself.
So it was a good cover, I'm telling you, because there were gonna be less chances of headshots. Body shots, I don't know.
Leg shots, I mean, we're not responsible for that, right? But either ways, the sparkling rivalry, the friendly rivalry, of course, just inside the game between Team QWERTY and I8 has always been there. Both these teams are just eyeing out for the top spot. Now, this sort of brings me to a conversation, Ocean, where we really have to touch upon, the teams that have intense potential but have not been playing at the best of their limits, right? This sort of brings me down to North Esports. Now, you've been there, in the Pakistani scene right from the very start, right? These old lads, Zameen, one of those old guards, all the old players coming back in the group stages. They were looking absolutely strong, but they sort of seem to have vanished when they've entered into the finals. Do you think it's just the pressure, of making a comeback after a long time that's sort of eating them over, or is it something else?
I mean, definitely, it's partly pressure that you talk about, because being one of the oldest teams there, you have a lot on your shoulders, not just for one game or one tournament, but for the entirety of every tournament, the entirety of the community as a whole. So it's partly pressure and partly the fact that I would say, the other teams, they're evolving with each and every game, each and every tournament that they're playing. I mean, this team is also trying to evolve, but the thing is, every team is kind of just, so this gets down on one thing, that is predictability. whatever you're doing, those strategies have been learned and have been mastered by your opponent. So you might need to just bring something out of the box. And once they do it, they're going to be deadly again. But it's still a learning curve, I would say, because from each and every game, mind you, you might just be one of the best teams that there is in the region. You're still learning because there are your opponents are bringing something out of the box for you to understand and maybe just recalibrate for your own self.
I think I would agree with you partially, and then again it's been such a long gap, right? They haven't been in the competitive scenario. Coming back in, I think it's a really huge feat just making it up to the finals. But that's where you have to notch up up your antes, go for even better performances, which they certainly have been lacking. But Team Envy off to a really good start, going right after the players of Portal Esports, finding quite a lot of good knocks. Now this sort of drives the conversation down towards Team Envy. Now this is again one of those names that you're quite familiar with, but we've got quite some new players in here, and especially KSF.
Yes,
He's been impressive. It's been impressive all along. Now he's managed to secure those 2 kills. He's just going after a spray. Even in the last game, he was pretty deadly.
It definitely was pretty deadly, but just like you said, Envy is a team, and not just Envy, their counterparts, the ones that were taking a fight against Envy, or maybe Envy was taking fights against them and they were caught off guard. I'm talking about, teams like PDS as well. Like, these teams have been in the scene, in the scenario right from the beginning. So they have, learned inside out of what happens through the team, through the mentality and everything. Oh, what was that? All right. So one truck is on fire. But nobody cares right now because they have a bigger fight right in front of them. And that is what we're talking about. I8 is trying to take up a good fight. And it looks like Trenta does not know that the truck was blown up already. Now, Trenta just moving forward, trying to spot down the players of Maxi. This is gonna be a good fight because it has every element of Miramar: the high ground, low ground, and then obviously how will you rush into the open areas if you knock someone onto the high ground. I would love to see how this fight actually just pans down.
I really do not like the positioning of Team I8 over here, to be honest, because I really feel they're kind of too clustered. If Max can take a good control over the territory, if they can surround them and then maybe get a knock or 2 and then go after them, this sort of can be really deadly. But look at I8's vehicles. They're not looking good. They're not looking in good shape. I think what we're witnessing from Johnny and Trenda is sort of a bait, because you've got Crypto who's trying to aim on those longer ranges, might just go for a few shots, which apparently he is, along with Uzim and Team Max. They're being really careful before taking those shots, but I really like that glitter out of Dread's outfit over here, and well, we've come a long way, to be honest.
I mean, we have definitely, but talking about this outfit, it shines, and if the player shines more, it's gonna be definitely, it's gonna be really, really good. But right now, Rahid is moving forward, but Khan takes down a respect from FS. So it's going to be kind of a tricky situation for FS as well as Silent is just out there. One shot to the head by Khan. He did a lot of damage onto the helmet. Now.
Yeah, he did. And now this is one of those fights that we would absolutely love, right? Team QWERTY does have the upper advantage, just spraying down onto with Scully Boy, and then they are dishing him, and finally Wolverine is the one who gets a knock, opening the fight out. Now Malik, he's making a run for his life, but can he escape? Yes.
They can just escape from these areas. But look at this World Trucks. It did a lot of damage. It did dish out a lot of damage. And the confirmations are going to be coming down by Bulbury as Calibre gets taken out. FS is looking into a lot of troubles right now, onto the trouble sides. QWERTY, meanwhile, just taking up a few shots here and there. But look at the circle. The circle just shrinking down to the areas around Los Angeles and Chamasura. Surprisingly, a similar kind of circle I saw yesterday in a different region, in which the team at the center actually defended the zone and they got really lucky with the chicken dinner. But this time, FS, the team that is at the Dead Max center, has only 2 players. So I would love to see how this one just comes down into the equation, because look at the side from Chumasira to Los Angeles, the southern area, the southern, western, southern, eastern. There's a cluster of teams.
I mean, this is where I'm really getting concerned about Team I8 and the late rotation. This is not how they like to play. Again, Team QWERTY, they love playing from the edges this time. They're trying to play around the centers. And like you said, freestyle, they do have a good position, but not the right numbers to back up with. And I think Team Bablu might just be in a collision course yet again with unpredictable. Last time, unpredictable wiped them out, but this time, maybe Team Bablu can get the revenge, or maybe not.
Maybe or maybe not. This might just be, the question to ask. But look at this, Zibian will be taken down. That was a perfect hit. I mean, it just bounced off against the wall and it just landed right next to Zibian, who never anticipated this nade. But now Bablu looks like they will have to take up a fight because it's just 2 men remaining, and they will have to spot down Hunter, who's on the other side. So team will just go with that nade. It will be a really good nade if it gets straighted up. But no, he is the last one surviving. Will really be able to take the fight. Oh no. Bablu is the first one to get eliminated out here.
Again, I mean, getting Ocean back. I really thought, Ocean, you might just be the lucky charm that Team Bablu needed right now. But again, those same flurry of mistakes being committed, wrong engagements coming in from Team Bablu's side led into their demise as Death Squad going after the players of Quantum Rage as Oreo gets a bit of a knock onto the exotic as Hadi falls down and Ash, he's gonna try and live. But how long with that amount of HP? He goes falling down. And right now, taking a look at things, well, Oreo does manage to get that finish over here. But Quantum Rage, they need to get their players back alive. Emerge and Vast, 2 of their players being knocked out. And Oreo, I must say, Ocean has done a phenomenal job.
Quantum Rage just trying to, get back on their feet slowly and steadily, but will they be able to? Oh, the snake was a brilliant one. I mean, it does take down Emerge again, but Oreo just trying to move on to the backlines again, needs to pop up a person, and then will go for the revive, and that looks like a really good choice at this moment. He knows that he can take up the angle if the rush actually just comes down onto him. That is not happening at this moment. Has 29 bullets. Has pretty decent amount of helmet and vest on himself, but look at the circle. I would love to see what the circle actually just brings down for the players, because the zone definitely is gonna shift. It's gonna be a central one. Again, this is the similar circle that there is, but Emerge, he is being pincered down. But looks like his opponents are moving on to the back lines.
I would look at Oreo. He's completely confused. Now is the moment he's made peace with himself. He cannot get that rest back onto its fast. But there you have it. Death Squad still having that high ground. They've managed to get the numbers back, at least 2. It's an even fair war. And now Oreo is actually going in with the push. He does have the momentum. What do you think, Ocean? Who's going to win this one out? Maybe I've made things easier for you now.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But the thing is, Death Squad also has just 2 players. I mean, 1v2 can be done though. But the thing is, the circle is going to be one of the most tricky things. Just calculate and recalibrate for themselves, as it's just 10 seconds and the zone's going to start up. Right now, Emerge just sitting out there. He has been revived 2 times. He should not let that go in vain. But he's been spot down and shot it from every single direction. Right now, Emerge just take down 1, but his HP is really low. Alongside him, Hardy versus Emerge is going to be a good one. What's going to happen as Hardy takes him down? Quantum Race, they do get eliminated. They don't get any placement points, but 3 kill points is what they have.
I mean, you've got to say it, man. I mean, for a moment, I really thought this fight was Quantum Rage's, but some decision-making fallacies sort of led to their demise. Now, North Esports, we haven't really seen them shine and prosper, right? So this is the moment where they could maybe change things around. Zameen, I remember watching this player in the group stages. He was absolutely killing the competition. The way he was getting those frags. I mean, that is where experience really counts. Now, he's been facing a lot of trouble heading into the finals, but Portal Esports, talk about troubles, their woes sort of continue as they've been again taken out from the lobby. But you've got the players of X Generation who apparently have been really kicking it off in Miramar. They've been loving it, and I think we've seen some stellar plays from their side. But the question still remains, can they hold on this time? But by the looks of it, I think no will be the right answer.
Can they hold on or can they not at this moment? But look at that. I mean, Marlega just taking down the players slowly. Celeste Khatir has been taken down, not finished, just coming down left, right, and center onto the players. I mean, obviously, the lad has an MP49. You got to watch out. But talking about the fight against Dead Squad and Maxia, this is what I was going to talk about. As Hacker reaches really close onto the sidelines. Red, obviously, is just on the revive. Right now, what Hacker does, he knows the exact location where Riley has been spotted on a brilliant knock coming down by Leon, who instantly drops down. Pretty good presence of mind by this lad.
Yeah, right now look at Hacker. He knows exactly where Leon is, and Leon is making all the right movements. But this is the moment where I would want Dread to be lobbing a few grenades. But Hacker has been dropped off, and now Leon is going after Dread, who apparently looks unfazed as he does manage to get this knock. But with Hadi, the last player surviving over, it's going to be so tough for his himself, to try and pull off this revive, as he's going to lob a few smokes, making sure sort of gets the breathing space. But Dread says, "Not today, my friend."
His teammates all, slowly and steadily just thinking down against the opponents, and now he will have to find up an opening, a breathing space for himself in order to move and reach to a safer, maybe shack, maybe compound, depends on what he gets, and this open zone. But wherever he is going, he might as well just see a few guns firing, guns blazing, and opponents roll around him, as he is being surrounded by almost all enemies out there. Rex, meanwhile, this bullets have the name, have the confirmation, and Dead Squad exits the stage.
Yeah, they certainly do, but the trouble is not yet over, because TMW, they're being pushed upon and they're handling it really well. Marlega gets that first knock, but eventually Deadshot just proning down. But Kurama coming in from the backline, but Deadshot looks so well prepared, as TMW, they've been eliminated as well. But take a look at Unpredictable. I mean, this team has been impressing us by aeons, right? This is the day where they have been pulling off some massive plays. 7 kills already, 4 of their players alive, and just putting salt to the wounds of all Bablu fans. They've wiped them out twice in the map of Miramar, which is really an impressive feat for a new underdog team.
Yeah, talking about Unpredictable, you saw the circle, right? They are in the circle. I mean, 2 players are inside the circle, 2 players are not. And a fun factor to everyone who's just joining up right now, after 6 games, obviously that's yesterday, the team was at 9th position with 32 points, and they had 1 second and definitely for themselves. Today, they might as well just replicate a pretty good performance for themselves. Might as well, this might as well be a chicken in the game for themselves, but NES is going to be there, Max is going to be there. I mean, these are the teams with all 4 players surviving for themselves. Talking about FS though, they are securing those kills, as Malik does try to take down one player. He did go for the finish, and Voltrux meanwhile onto the back lines. Voltrux and Khan, they looks like are gonna go onto a collision with I8, but Crypto is the one who's getting those knocks.
Again, I mean, I have got to say it, I8, the woes continue. This time, Johnny being taken out of the equation. Crypto, he's going to survive all by his lonesome, and certainly does not really have the right meds to do that. But still, apart from that, he is going for it. And if we know Crypto, all he has to do is make sure at least he confirms a few kills, which apparently does come into his favor, because Khan gets eliminated from a different angle totally. But the question still remains, right? Now Crypto has gotten those important first aids, Ocean, but how on earth is he going to get inside the circle?
He's definitely trying to get inside the circle slowly. I mean, it's gonna be really tough for him. But let's see if he gets that right. That's the kind of suspense that his fans have right now. Meanwhile, X Generation does get eliminated. 7 teams, 8 players in girls, as we head down to the 22nd minute of the game, and Fifth Circle's just closing down as Crypto. You see him on the screen. Does have 6 energy drinks, 1 painkiller, has 3 first aids, has 5 bandages. Is gonna utilize 1. Meanwhile, Shroud onto the other hand takes down Dread. Ghost takes down Thug. So many fights happening all over. But the next thing is, how will the players that are outside the circle get in?
Now this is where Crypto has got to do major heavyweight lifting over here, and he's been doing that all along. Let's be honest. Now he's got to get inside the circle. He's been making a lot of noise in terms of that engagement. We did see against Team QWERTY, out of which he came out somehow alive. But right now with NFP Sky right on his tails, it's going to be such a daunting task for him to survive. And there you have it. Deadshot spotting him off, and this sort of has been the same storyline, right? QWERTY gets eliminated early on, then they survive for extra 2 or 3 minutes, but eventually they fall down as well. So this has been one of their major problems, right? Today, after that first game, I think they're sort of gassed out. The moment you start expecting a comeback from them, clearly, those casualties that they face haven't really been working out.
Well, the notes are definitely coming out onto the favor of the players as the NES on from the other side just taking a pretty good fight. They have a good forecast probability on for themselves. Get shot reaching pretty close to the players. This is going to be a brilliant one as another elimination follows up for NFP Sky. Look at this. They have good number of kills. They don't have players, but they have a good area from where they can scout and can move inside the circle. Looks like they're not going to scout right now, just moving in, trying to take that risk for themselves. 4 teams remaining, in which NES is looking pretty good. 9 kills for this team, and they have all the players intact. Meanwhile, Sky will lose one more, and that was Headshot, who was actually getting 5 kills for his team. Taku takes down one more and will be finished down as NES Maze does do good things.
I mean, unpredictable. Look at them, 11 kills already. But this is where you would expect our remover to get up, but no. Ace throws a beautiful Molotov and makes sure that team Unpredictable again crippled out with just that one player surviving. Team Max, they're looking at another chicken dinner, most probably because they know exactly where Hunter is. But I think North Esports do have a really good standing chance. Look at that zone control by these lads, the way they've taken over this entire territory, and I think if they just play their cards right, I think this chicken dinner is pretty much theirs, and this is something that was quite anticipated, right? With just that last player surviving, he had nothing much to play around with, and Max did not give them any chances to do so.
3 teams, 8 players surviving. Helsi got it down. Zameen, maybe not. I mean, he knows that there's a smoke out there. Now he does got down Zameen. Zameen has survived by the inches of those bullets just coming down pretty close to him. Maze on the other side as well. Looks like NES is really comfortable. Think about it, right? Their players are just separated away from each other. They don't have to worry about anything. With 3 players onto one side and 1 onto the other. But Taku is coming pretty close to him. But Halsey, his location is spotted as well as what they did connect to him. Not exactly, but Kana did connect to him. Did a bit of damage though. Now he's gonna just go for the bandages onto himself. 8 defeats for this team out of his 3 with Halsey. But thing is, 26 meters. The difference of 26 meters, he has to cover it in less than 10 seconds.
Yeah, he certainly has to. I mean, right now, North Esports are having the better of the territory. But if Sky Halsey somehow can manage to take down maybe Zameen, he might just increase their woes. But Coast, he did spot out Hakar and has managed to take him down. Even Dread has taken some heavy beating over there as North Esports finally, Ocean, really close towards the chicken dinner.
Maybe not. I mean, anything can change at this moment. Well, it looks like they have a good probability, but will they be able to just step up onto the Zameen with a really good off angle, and the cover of that airdrop can actually take down Halsey, and with that, his momentum's going to be open to take down Maxi as well. Looks like he has spotted down the lad. He's just looking for that one pixel, one wrong pixel that he can just exploit altogether. Zameen moving out of the backsides again. Has a good cover out here as well. Has a good cover with airdrop. Every good area for Zameen. But will he be able to get this chicken to the forest team? I mean, his team is still surviving. They have all the players. They have all the time in the world. And the circle's coming up. Elsie's moving. He's in the open. He can be shot at, but Zameen just taking his sweet time, now did a lot of damage from the other side as Taku is the one eliminating him. A 4v2 situation. Max, you better watch your front, because that's where the danger lies. As Ghost, he's moving forward, now drops down, now you see him, now you don't. That's Ghost for you. And Taku onto the back lines. They're just waiting patiently for Max to move out of that area because the Blues one's gonna eat them.
Yeah, any single moment. And these 2 players surviving for Max are exactly what you want, because they have pulled off that chicken dinner today earlier in Sanhok. But Ghost with this one beautiful grenade might just start changing things up. As Acid and Dread both take some equal amount of chip damage. Now with their position being completely compromised, it's going to be so difficult for them. There you have it, Dread falling down. Acid being the lonely survivor. Let's see how can he long. In fact, he can survive, but indeed he does. But eventually, just to get traded off, as finally, ladies and gentlemen, North Esports have managed to get a chicken dinner off their backs, and there you have it with 14 freaking kills. Now this is gonna help them, to climb up in the overall rankings, and now they're sitting at the 9th spot.
29 points, 9th spot right now, and it looks like, if they keep on playing with the same momentum, obviously the lab's gonna just move forward. They will, and at this moment, 2536 damage done by the team, which is pretty good. And those 14 kills coming down, I mean, it's amazing. They were obliterating the competition. It looked like it.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, for a moment, I was really happy that North Esports have, finally pulled off a comeback. Maybe you were the missing, lucky charm that they kind of did not have. But I think, initially the intention was for Team Bablu, but again, one of those old guards winning out. I think the fans must be elated.
I mean, that's true. But talking about the most valuable player, that's Ghost with 5 kills, 781 damage. Okay, 781 damage, 187 healing done. I do love maths a lot. Well, 2 assists and 25 minutes and 45 seconds of survival time coming down for the stat, which is good. I mean, think about it, right? The lad did good amount of damage, was the front end onto the fights whenever it's coming down. But I would, say not just this one lad, his entire team in its entirety. Talk about it, right? The team had a lot of kills for themselves. Zameen stepping up, Daku stepping up. Those were good. But Maxi's Asad with 4 kills, 712 damage. He was also stepping up for his team.
I think this is where I would love to bring the conversation down towards Daku. Now, in the group stages, I'm pretty sure everyone watching can remember and relate. He was one of the top rankers, even having better numbers than the likes of Crypto. You talk about the likes of Khan 420, but then we sort of saw Zameen making a comeback right in, and Zameen sort of has that uncanny resemblance to Destro from Orange Rock. Didn't it feel so? Look at him. Just a more cleaner, more neater version of Destro.
Well, I mean, we'll have this conversation for sure with both the lads, and then we'll talk about it. We're talking about the match ranking, right? We're talking about the match ranking. All these sports coming up with 14 kills, but unpredictable. I mean, this team was impressive.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, they've been impressive every single game today in the evening that we've seen, and unpredictable. I think they're sort of living up to their name, because coming in as underdogs, really, we love that storyline. And I think unpredictable, if they sort of keep continuing doing this in terms of the points that they're garnering for themselves, I think they're gonna be easily in the top 5 by the end of this evening. What they can really focus on next is the top 3.
Maybe. I mean, that might just has happened. We'll have to see for that for sure. But talking about those teams, I mean, X Generation, Portal team, the team not able to get those skill points for themselves, and Portal and did not get the placement points as well. This is where things get really tricky. If we're taking up a good fight, again, this comes down to the concept of good fight and bad fight, because both of these teams had the circle for themselves. All they had to do was, not, maybe charge, maybe rush, all those things. Both of them did that. Both of them were caught in that, and we see that in the open and in pro moments.
Yeah, I think what went wrong with Team Bablu, I do not know if it was just another personal vendetta, right? Because the first game of Miramar, this was the same exact fight. Of course, in a different compound, but today, also coming into the battle, the first pick over there when one of their players got naded down, I think that is where things are really ended, because they were just down to 2 players. And now Unpredictable knew that this was the time to really shine. And, they knew they had the momentum going on in their favor. They were looking really confident and sharp, and all they had to do was just connect those final few shots, and they indeed did that. But today, apart from North Esports winning this game, this Miramar, we did not see any other storyline really building up, right? Because again, you talk about the top score board rulers. You talk about QWERTY and I8. Again, the same storyline going along, QWERTY falling down earlier on, then I8 not really being able to, capitalize on Team I8's early demise, maybe just cover up that lead. But as we take a look at the damage graph, look at how North Esports has been clobbering the teams 25-36 damage. That's absurd.
I mean, there's so much math to talk about it, right? 2, 5, 3. I mean, every number, every corresponding number, 2, 3, 5, 6. It's kind of like 2, 5, 3, 6, and then 1, 3, 2, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's pretty good for Maxi and NES. If I were to talk about maths in this one, but talk about LS, a team that had 750 damage for themselves, but no kill point. This is like every fight that they were trying to take. They were trying
to knock
down. They did knock down. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they were trying to knock down the players, but it kind of did not work out in their favor.
Look at Bottle. I mean, I really feel like two glasses are looking at me. Those two zeros really just aligning with each other, but that's for a different discussion altogether. And yes, talking about the overall rankings, of course, Team QWERTY 143 points. I8, well, they've had the chances, but again, having so many casualties early on, not really being able to keep all their 4 players alive, have sort of taken a small little dip. But this is where things are getting really interesting. See, all these teams have really stepped up. Now, North Esports getting a chicken, Freestyle also having a good time. Now they're evened up in terms of their points.
All right. Well, this kind of overall just brings me on to one thing, and that is there are teams obviously that are just getting those chicken dinners for themselves. Obviously, North Esports, they did get one right now. They'll have to continue it forward. I mean, talking about X Generation as well, they will have to continue it forward if they want to be, again, just like you said, right? Top 9, and then obviously top 5, top 3. Every team is in for that top spot for themselves. So somehow, if we just look at the teams and the composures, I know that the teams are there for brilliant things. North Esports right now, Ghost, Zameen, Daku, and Mage obviously coming up with a decent number of kills for themselves. 14 for Zameen, Ghost with 10, Daku and Mage, they are kind of being the backbones of the team at this moment. But this is where it gets tricky. Every player has like 18 to 19 minutes of survival time. Had they had a 20-ish plus more, then it might have just shown that they have been in the final circles more and more. So it kind of just means one thing, and that is final circle achievement is something that this team is working on right now, and we saw that.
I think I completely agree with you, because North Esports is one of those teams that really sort of flourishes in those, in terms of positioning themselves, right? So they did that perfectly well. There you have it, a chicken dinner that did come into the purses. But right now, ladies and gents, we are going to be heading for a short little break, because coming right after is the final game of the evening.
Keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Zone 4G, official partner of Pubg Mobile in Pakistan. PUBG Mobile का real मजा सिर्फ Zone 4G पर. Let's get digital.
हेलो एवरीवन, अस्सलाम वालेकुम एंड वेलकम बैक टू अनदर सेगमेंट ऑफ नो योर चैंपियन। और इस बार जो हमारे पास चैंपियन मौजूद रहेंगे, दैट इज जामिन फ्रॉम नॉर्थ ईस्पोर्ट्स। नॉर्थ ईस्पोर्ट्स के जामिन से हम सबसे पहले तो वेलकम करेंगे उनका और उनसे कुछ सवाल पूछेंगे। तो जामिन, आपसे पहला सवाल मेरा ये रहेगा कि डाकू की नई इंटरव्यू ये स्ट्रीम में और आप भी इस टीम में नए आए हैं, और आपका आइजल करना, उसका एंट्री फ्रैग करना, ये सारी नई चीज़ें किस तरह से सेटल हो रही हैं?
ये स्टार्टिंग में तो बहुत हो रहा था, मुश्किल आ रही थी, ना फ्रैगिंग सही हो रही थी, ना कोऑर्डिनेशन थी। बट जैसे हम खेलते गए ग्रुप स्टेजेस में हमारी परफॉर्मेंस बहुत अच्छी हुई, सिनर्जी भी अच्छी हुई, तो अभी इंशाल्लाह फाइनल्स में भी अच्छा ही परफॉर्म होगा।
चलें अगले सवाल की तरफ चलते हैं कि आप लोगों ने ग्रुप स्टेजेस में टॉप परफॉर्मेंस दिखाई थी, मतलब आप लोग किसी भी टीम को जो है बड़ी आराम से जो बीट करते हुए नजर आ रहे थे, लेकिन ग्रुप स्टेजेस के बाद सेमीफाइनल्स में आपकी टीम थोड़ा स्ट्रगल करती हुई नजर आई हमें, तो इसके पीछे क्या रीज़न है?
मेरे हिसाब से ग्रुप स्टेजेस के बाद हमने सेमीज में टीम्स को बहुत अंडर एस्टिमेट कर दिया था, लैक ऑफ प्रैक्टिस थी जिसकी वजह से हम परफॉर्मेंस नहीं कर पाए, बट इंशाल्लाह फाइनल्स में हमारी प्रैक्टिस भी है, हमारा सब कुछ रेडी है और इंशाल्लाह हम टॉप 5 तो फिनिश करेंगे ही करेंगे।
चलें, आई होप आप अच्छा जो है वो आउटिंग निकाल कर जाएं पॉइंट टेबल पर। लेकिन अगला सवाल की तरफ जाएंगे और अगला सवाल ये रहेगा आपसे कि आपके पास मेज जैसा एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर मौजूद है, तो आप उसको किस तरह से यूटिलाइज करते हैं, उसके एक्सपीरियंस को किस तरह से यूज़ करते हैं आप?
मेज का एक्सपीरियंस जो है हमारे काम आता है बहुत, क्योंकि वो मतलब कम्युनिटी में और कंपेटिटिव में बहुत स्टार्ट से है, उसका एक्सपीरियंस हमें बहुत ही यूज़फुल होता है। जब भी कोई जोन या रोटेशन होती है ही हेल्प्स मी इन दैट, तो ही इज़ अ वेरी गुड प्लेयर।
एज एन आईजीएल आपको क्या लगता है ये टीम पीएमपीएल लेवल तक जा सकती है और पीएमपीएल को लेकर आपका क्या ख्वाब है?
अभी के हिसाब से अगर देखा जाए तो पीएमपीएल रेडी नहीं है, बट इंशाल्लाह हमारी प्रैक्टिस चल रही है, हमारी कोऑर्डिनेशन सिनर्जी सब कुछ बन रहा है, तो थोड़े टाइम बाद इंशाल्लाह पीएमपीएल के लिए हम रेडी हो जाएंगे।
फैंस को और फैमिली जो सपोर्ट करती है आपको, उनको आपका क्या मैसेज है?
फैंस और फैमिली के लिए तो यही है कि थैंक यू फॉर सपोर्टिंग। स्टार्टिंग से फैमिली ने भी सपोर्ट किया है और फैंस भी मैसेजेस करते हैं, सपोर्ट देते हैं, तो उसके लिए थैंक यू वेरी मच।
चलें, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका आपके यहाँ पर आने का। दोस्तों, ये थे नॉर्थ स्पोर्ट्स के प्लेयर हमारे साथ मौजूद जामिन, जिनसे हमने कुछ सवाल पूछे उनके बारे में, उनकी टीम के बारे में। लेकिन मजीद सवालों के साथ आपकी खिदमत में हम आते रहेंगे और आप बने रहिए पीएमएनसी के साथ, जुड़े रहिए पीएमएनसी के साथ और पीएमएनसी को एंजॉय करते रहिए।
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile National Championship, the Pakistan region, of course, brought to you by Oppo F19 Pro. Hashtag Fook up your fun as we head along into the final game of Erangel. Now, we've seen some quite interesting circles, right? But before we get started, a huge shout out to our network partners, Zong4G. Now, any single time you are really worried about bad pings or maybe latency issues, you really know you gotta contact the guys from Zong, because they've got specially curated plans for PUBG Mobile. So yeah, if you are facing troubles and if you are having those worries, then all you need to do is just call these lads up, because they have a one-stop solution for all your internet issues. But that being said, take me through the flight path, Ocean. Where do you think the circle is gonna form?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if we talk about the flight path right now, Georgia Pool to Lipovka is what we can see. But the circle is something that we will have to just look out for. Currently, Rozok, Jasna are good areas mentioned as well. Pochinki as well, George Pool, pretty good areas, pretty standard areas when we talk about when we talk about the flight path. But in the scenario, there are two kind of basic circles. Either we see a standard circle or we see a proper military-based circle. If we see, if we hit a military-based circle, and I know it's going to be really good for the teams that are going to be just moving down onto the military areas first. Or if we see the standard circle, I mean, kind of one that we saw on Miramar, in which there are a lot of teams, then it's a challenge for those teams to defend it for themselves. So all in all, I don't know. So yeah, this is the standard circle, the standard Erangel-ish zone.
Yeah, the default circle. I mean, to be honest, this is where we are seeing things changing, right? I mean, I8 dropping off at their plan B. So this is something that we've seen them try in the finals and hasn't really succeeded, right? Initially, early on, they get the loot, but this has been a problem while they sort of decide to traverse around the map, and having those early casualties has always been their problem. Now, taking a look at this entire zone, right? This is where you gotta start feeling that maybe teams like X Generation might really have a good chance.
Maybe because last game, we saw teams that were inside the zone, they were being taken down. The teams that were coming from outskirts of the circle. So you cannot say, this is where things become unpredictable. I mean, no pun intended though, but this is where things become unpredictable with the way you would want to take up the fights. So right now we are seeing Team QWERTY obviously along the sides of Lipovka, and it always takes me down to the old memories. I mean, I guess you were with me when we have seen, the circles forming from Lipovka to the waterways. Obviously, right now we don't see, we see the outline around Lipovka, but I still remember, ladies and boys and girls, I don't know if you guys remember as well. I still remember this was the Erangel 2.0 had just arrived. It was the first game, Pakistan region, me and I guess Johnny were casting, and first game the circles onto the backlines of Lipovka out in the water.
I mean,
it's
memories. You're talking about memories. Yesterday's day yesterday was actually all about those water circles. I mean, we've seen some really redonkulous circles. I'm pretty sure you're aware with that Miramar zone that we just had a couple of weeks ago, where it sort of ended up in those two isolated small little islands we had on that eastern periphery. But today again, this is one of those default circles that we've been talking about. Again, team QWERTY being one of those teams that are the strongest contenders in these kind of zones, because these are the zones that they really thrive in. Now, they've not had a good start for the day, right? Because the first game, the second game, they were really consistent, but after that they sort of gassed out, maybe because the same problems that I8 is facing, it's still going on with QWERTY, not really able to keep their players alive while they're rotating. I think they'll have to be really careful at that.
So I'll tell you, it becomes one of these things, as well as these teams, the teams that we actually named right now, I8 and obviously QWERTY. These teams know their own inside out, but then there are these underdogs, these young bloods that are there. So those young bloods kind of just play with the mind of these teams, and they it becomes a thinking curve for these players. What are we doing? Are we doing it good? Are we doing it in a bad way or something? And that kind of just fizzles down your thought process for that match and maybe upcoming matches as well. Because in every match that teams play, except the final one, obviously this is the final one, but in every match that the teams actually play, if you're the first one to get eliminated, you might be having maybe 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes to think. Are you doing it correctly? Are you not doing it correctly? What are your strategies? What are your strategies for the next game and all those things? And if you are able to figure out the mistake, the early you do, the better.
I mean, lots of doing there, I must say. But Ocean, I think I agree with you, right? Because looking at teams like QWERTY and I8 being your idols, you tend to follow every small little movements they sort of make, right? You know what their first rotation is going to be. We all know, that team QWERTY loves to go towards that plateau, that little compound that we have just up top of. Just around mansion. So I think they kind of love those areas, and teams are sort of ready. They're sort of prepared for that. But taking a look at this particular circle, we kind of seeing that cluster sort of develop on towards that central areas, right? Yeah.
Take a look at Envy. 2 players straight up onto the farm side. Other players onto nowhere. So I don't know how it's gonna work with the PES alongside the farm area, because if you get shot at, you might as well not have a chance to take up a fight, and your cover, your backup might not arrive on time. So it's a really bold move, I say.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you're talking about of course, because right now there does not really make sense, right? I mean, had it been sort of a hybrid circle, that is where it could have been justified that Team Envy sort of went in for a 2-2 split. Send 2 players up top, send 2 players down below. If the circle sort of shifts downside, you're gonna make that switch, or vice versa. But this was not the case over here. But if we take a look at the things in our overall picture, right? It's 7 minutes already inside the matchup. We haven't really experienced any sort of warfare from any of these teams. No signs of resistance from absolutely everyone. Everyone is sort of minding their own business up until the point they're just focusing on some good positions inside the circle, because that is the thing, with default circles. Yes, we love that. Teams love that, because you do not expect something out of ordinary. But then again, those really, really late battles kind of is a bummer for me.
Yeah, it can be. It definitely, becomes a bummer for the team. But as of now, we're down to almost 8 minute marker. Not a single casualty, not a single fight has happened. So as I was talking about, NB's rotation with two players onto the farm sides, I gotta give it to them. They are playing it brilliantly because they are not being spotted down. They are just, minding their own business, thinking about their own loot, focusing on their own selves. But this is where things might change because Sky is pretty close to Maxi's Dread, who now is taking up a U-turn. So obviously, the first commission, the first spotting down of the opponents has happened. And now Woldrux is also spotted down the players that's emerged and his own teammates. So looks like now they've heard the gunshots as well. They might not want to take up the fights, but this is where I8 might just do good. Or maybe their counterparts, Thug is moving forward alongside Psycho, Uzumon to the backlines as X Generation is trying to take up a good fight. They do have one chicken dinner, but will they be able to take up a momentum from this fight and maybe convert this one into a chicken dinner? That's a big question because so far looks like the team is falling back again. Again, no fight being taken down.
I think that was the right choice, right? Because the X Generation had the better off position, especially the potato hills that they were hovering around, and I8 has to be a little bit scared, right? Has to take second thoughts. But amidst the point where the players are forced into thinking, look at this cluster of squads that are building up around them. I mean, they're just not getting sandwiched; they're just about to get hammered down from every possible direction. So they really need to get the hell out of there, and that is what they're doing. But heading into an FP Sky's direction, who apparently might just be in for some heavy beating right now. But the first airdrop comes in, and yes, go for it. Your famous words.
It's not a gun, it's a responsibility, and that too with an 8-time score. Hell yeah, I would want to take that responsibility on my shoulders if I get a chance though. Khatir, meanwhile, just moving along his own sides. I mean, NFP Sky is just behind that house. So the team just, had their own comfortable spot. But I don't know what Khatir is doing as he's moving away from the team. Maybe scouting down the lines of I8 because the shots were taken on Trinda and his HP was taken down a bit low. Hacker, meanwhile, takes down one, and that's Big Boss from the other side. Obviously, the confirmation has not happened yet. Kurama is the second one to be knocked, but confirmations are still yet to come onto the board.
Yeah, I mean, confirmations are due right now, but X Generation, I'm really loving this. I'm pretty sure the viewers also do because, you always have that, wish to see some underdog teams to perform. Of course, we all love our favorite teams, but there comes in some teams, that really go big, but, their squad just in the middle of things. I mean, Hadi, where on earth was he? You've got Freestyle on one side and I8 right at your tails. What do you do in that situation, Ocean?
But Respect was the one that knocked him, and right in front of Respect, the kill was stolen. But oh my God, this was a 3-pointer by Reaper as takes down Asad. Now Hawker's just out there. Will they be able to just, get him down as well as the Big Boss is moving forward? Haka just taking up the shots on this lad. Asad 20 more damage just with the range of the need. Tries to move on to the backside. Malega as well, just onto a good area. Big Boss as well. TMW, they'll have to do something. If they want to just, secure more and more kills, they have to start up the momentum. They did go for a really good nade. One that did a good amount of damage on us, and obviously there was a potential knock, and Red has been put down as well. UMP being taken, just being used right now. Asad, the revive has been there onto the lad, but Crypto gets taken down as FS. They are looking really, really angry at this move with the kill streak. But the Reaper, not finished. Hacker not making a single mistake.
Yeah, I mean, Max have done a pretty amazing job as Hacker again finds one more, and this time it's going to be Marlega. The last player surviving from Team TMW is going to be Big Boss, and apparently looks like the boss has to make a run for his life. Now Dread having been taken down, he's going to get that revive any single moment. Now, considering, I really want to see that fight happening between Freestyle and IH. We've seen Crypto being knocked out. I think he's gotten that res back up because he's one of those players who loves having good positions. Even if he gets knocked out, I mean, he's not out in the open so that he can be easily finished off. But here, we do have another fight breaking down in front of us. It's going to be Lost, going up against that squad.
Lost, the revival good team given. That was just one single step of FP. But well, Hunter gets taken down as Respect and Tyrant were just out there. Tyrant does take down Hunter. Respect goes for the finish this time, not letting the opponent steal the kill in any way, shape, or form. Tyrant right now is trying to throw the snade. Is it going to be good? No, it's not, because it's onto the other side of the house. Shroud is onto the other side though. And Tyrant, this time he knows that there are going to be enemies. He knows that there are players on that area. Shroud, this nade might as well just have his name on himself. But Bablu looks like they are taking a good fight, and the clutch wave gets taken down as Mursad is just out there, and Exotic just onto the good line. Spots on Believe as well will be taken down. No, he does not. He gets taken out though. The first wipe coming up.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is where, you know, you've got to raise some eyebrows, because I really liked Exotic's position up until the point he completely flustered up. But right now, Malik, he's got that initial knock on towards Rex. As Respect, he's going to try to close in from the other side, as Shroud is the last player surviving inside the panic room. And there you go. Tyrant makes sure that he gets the exit. But Wolfrey going up against the players of I8 as Uzum has fallen. So I think the fans are going to be elated. It's again the battle between the two giants. You're talking about Godzilla going up against his nemesis, and NFP Sky have closed in on towards Freestyle.
Yeah, definitely. And Tyrant is just onto the back lines. But right now, NFP Sky, they have been spotted down, but they haven't been finished. You know, at this moment, Respect is also moving onto the backside, which is a really, really good thing. I mean, you need all your teammates. Do or die. You need your teammates together in every situation, every way, sense of form at this moment. Well, Khatir looks like he's spotting down the players onto the back lines right now, and that is Maxi that is just rotating. But look at where QWERTY is. Destroyer onto the northern side of farm. Meanwhile, all the other players onto the southern side of farm. Right now, we can see two teams that have been eliminated. Meanwhile, each and every team is still inside the circle with Milta as a spare city. No one's looking at Milta. Everyone's just focusing on the farm. That's the center line.
Yeah, I mean, right now, if you take a look at how things are, because again, this is one of the circles that we're really privy to. Portal Esports having a really good spot. I kind of do not really like how QWERTY have positioned themselves. I mean, the distance is just too much, right? If they sort of get isolated and get pushed upon, they won't be able to do a lot. But then again, NFP Sky, they're really up close and personal, and against the likes of Freestyle, who apparently might just get engulfed like an amoeba, because if you be honest, because they've got another squad right beside them, and Respect and Malik, I really do not like their chances at the moment, kind of being sandwiched. But then again, you know, you've got the players of I8 surviving over here, all four of them. Now, this has been a thing, right? Every single time I8 tends to survive for the majority of times in those final circles, they tend to win the game. Now, with four of their players alive, I think I really like their chances. Now, with Voltrix and Khan right beside them, now them being inside the circle, now this is the onus sort of shifts down to the players of Team QWERTY. How on earth are they going to get inside the zone?
So this is why I was saying that Milta is a really important city in this circle. Just think about it, right? Milta is completely empty. No one's on the sides of Milta. Everyone was focused on the second line of the circle, which was then farm, and now farm has been thrown away from the center lines to the sidelines, a proper sideline. And if a team was at the farm area, they're going to gatekeep, and that's what Emerge and his teammates are doing right now. It looks like Deadshot and everyone, they're just focusing on rotations, which obviously is needed at this moment. Emerge just confirming his skill. Destroy takes down I8's Uzum. That means QWERTY is coming into the fight right now, which is important, which is needed. But over here from the other side, taking a fight from another team that is obviously PTS, but Uzum will be finished on by Voltrix. So QWERTY, every knock gets secured. That's QWERTY for you.
I think this is something I love about Team QWERTY, right? They're kind of capitalizing on the isolation of the players of I8. Now, we sort of did not really touch upon it. Now, this is going to hurt them, right? Johnny needs to make a run for his life. Now, this is something that I'm not really accustomed to see. This is one of those players that loves to go inside head-on against his opponents, and he absolutely slaughters them. But watching Johnny in such a difficult situation sort of breaks my heart. But again, against the likes of Team QWERTY, what can you possibly do? Because Voltrox already has started cooking up this one frag grenade, which will miss by miles.
Yeah, it definitely is missing by miles. He obviously last saw the player there, so he might as well be thinking that there's going to be something. of that area, but we'll talk about that later. Right now, Insane is going insane with that Star L in his hands, just trying to spot someone. Anything that moves, he's going to shoot at that area. Joker as well right now moves onto the backline. As an M16 for the damage that's being done on this lad. He got a heal and he has to heal first. Blocks Esports does get eliminated as well. Right now, Bablu taking a fight against Envy as they do finish Absol. So all in all, overall, open areas are the most vulnerable to take up a fight against these ones. And Halsey, he gets spotted down. A bit of damage was done on the lad though.
Yeah, a lot of damage being actually dealt upon, but at least Esports now they have to prioritize that race back up onto It's Insane, and I think they've done so. And Nocto with that well-timed grenade, I believe he's got quite some good hefty knocks, but Quantum Rage now they're gonna push in onto its Portal Esports. Nocto right out in the open. He does need to find some cover. Indeed, he has, and finally he's gonna just get some boosters and some painkillers, and we'll get into the Taken 10 of action any single moment. Maybe or not.
Maybe. We'll have to just look forward to that. But ladies and boys and girls, right now, if we just look at this moment, 19-minute mark is something that we're touching. With 12 teams surviving, everyone knows everyone's location. This is a war zone. Everyone knows where the opponents are, but they cannot, just go for the knock and finish, because if they are shooting someone in this open area, they are being shot at as well, and not from the opponents, but from everyone around the area. You might not even be noticing, but there's going to be someone onto the sidelines or maybe onto the backlines. But look at the circle. Look at the circle completely favoring Maxi at this moment, who have 3 kills and all the players surviving for themselves.
Yeah, and you gave Max that kind of circle. We know that they love to dominate, but again, it has sort of been the freestyle storyline altogether. 8 kills already. These players have been doing a phenomenal job. But look at Khan. He's slowly but surely creeping onto it, Johnny. And I really want to hear the heartbeat on this little kid, because you might call him a kid. He's an absolute slayer, right? And this really comes down, this is where I8 is going to be tested. How on earth are you going to save your teammate with just 8 seconds inside the circle? Voltrux is actually making the move with his buggy, just trying to spot out Johnny. Has he done the job? So, but because he's been taking quite some hefty amount of damage, and Johnny is still alive, but Destroyer, he's making that rotation. Johnny finally firing back. Khan will try to, just trample him over, but does not really succeed.
Wow.
But Johnny, indeed, dealing some hefty amount of damage, but Trinda is the one who gets the knock.
Well, Johnny did go for good damage. Wolverine is on his sides as well, as he's just looking to go for it. Right now, Wolverine does make it to safety as of now. But Trinda, the damage was done, the knock was done, but the confirmation still has to arrive for the snag. But right now, they're not focusing on the confirmations. They know the play zone's going to do its job if left behind, if the player gets left behind. But for them, the major part is to move forward, and they are moving forward with the fact that wherever they are going, they're going to get a shot at. And yes, they are getting shot from all the other directions. Meanwhile, Team Envy's players, they are also trying to spot down the players right now. Their opponents, as the circles forming up, are along their side, and the teams are coming right next to them.
This is disastrous for Team I8, right? Again, a late rotation, and they've been punished so heavily. And they really knew the moment they sat inside the cars, they were walking into death's hands. But Team QWERTY, however, they've been eliminated even before I8 are out of the contention. And again, Star, really, they kind of lost the black hole that has been built up around them. I do not know what's going wrong, because this showed so much promises in those group stages, those really consistent performances, but they're kind of lost now.
Yeah, definitely. It's just, I don't know if it's a change of momentum, maybe the pace of the finals that it has with itself. But look at where Momto is. Look at where he is. He's just sitting down on the backlines and Pubg. Well, that lad is doing brilliant.
We're used to this. We've seen this in the past. A lot of players have done this. Now this is one of those things, that really does not, throw us off our chairs, right? I think 1 year prior, I think this would have been a really amazing move. Now everyone sort of does this. This is not something that I would be really surprised. But X Generation, they've done a really good job surviving. But look at Acid, does manage to find that knock onto its thug as a hacker. He's just gonna prone it, get inside the water, try to spot some floating fishes, and maybe once he does, that's where Team Max can get even more deadly.
Back around to the back line, span as well right now up to Dani. Well, this team, if you talk about right, they were outside the circle a few seconds back. And they were taking fights. They were knocking players. They were confirming. They confirmed 2 players from outskirts of the zone. Now they have found out a good area inside the circle. They did manage to just, get onto that area. They did manage to hold that area, but is it enough? Looks like Mudu's location is kind of spotted, as Asad was looking at that area from time to time. Maybe something might have just given it away. But for them, the major thing is the team that is right in front of them on ground, because if you're on ground, if you are there, you can hold guns, you can rotate, you can move, and that is a major threat. Look at where Thug is, and Dread is looking strictly at that angle.
Yeah, this is gonna hurt them. Yeah. Now Team Envy getting heavy on towards the players of Freestyle, as Malik just gets bombarded with that grenade and will explode into smithereens. But now taking a look at Team Envy, I really like the chances. They've got the best compound, but the only thing is they are sort of susceptible to firing from all direction, and this is what I was talking about. Now you sort of tend to engage in one particular direction, and someone else spots you out, and if one of your player gets knocked down, then you're open to be pushed upon. But suddenly Pan, oh my goodness, this player getting those 2 beautiful knocks. Now any single moment Max might just be in a whole world of trouble. Next generation might just push. But look at Team Bablu's Dani, one after the other. He's just gonna wipe out squads as Quantum Rage goes down.
This was a complete squad wipe, but this one team, they had 3 kills, now they have 7 overall, as the team is starting to get onto a rampage mode for themselves. Well, they have a big names right ahead of them. There's FS with 11 kills, Maxi with 5 kills. But the thing is, Maxi has all the players surviving, but they'll have to move forward. They do have a risk for themselves. They do have a breathing space inside the circle, but they do have their opponents as well, as it's the 1v1 that Asad is taking right in front of his opponents. There is the wipe as X Generation. Well, you come tomorrow.
Oh my god. I mean, this player is definitely one of my favorites right now. The way he's been playing, I mean, the kind of a chicken that this lad gotten for his team in Sanhok, that was mesmerizing. And we've been always talking about new talents, right? New potential, and this is it, right? Max Esports coming in. We've seen them across different FPS titles, and they're such a promising team from Pakistan. Now in the realms of PUBG Mobile, I think they are wavering their flags really up high. But now with Freestyle in really close proximity to KSF, he exactly knows that. And if he can spot out that push, if he can take down Respect in the process, he does go for a good opening. But it's going to be Sex Pistol, my man, who does take down Respect. Gunny Boy gets taken down by Dread, and Freestyle,
look at that.
they're wiped out.
Ooh, they do get wiped out, but Envy, they have an airdrop right on their head. You can obviously utilize it if they do find a good gun. And it looks like they did find an AUG that they were using, but yeah, Freestyle, they do get eliminated. This was the reason of that hefty push that was not needed. Talking about the hefty push, as well, looks like Bablu is doing a hefty push that they might just be a surprise on this one, and it's a 4v4 skirmish. Bablu, they do manage to reach inside the circle, but is it going to be enough, as they have actually right out there from the 420. He was trying to blast down his vehicle, but he does get taken down though. The revive, it should be arriving anytime soon. Yes, it is arriving right now. But 420, will he be able to push forward with his teammates as the time is moving slowly and steadily? The zone's moving up, and if the next circle it's not on their head, they will have to move. And it's not just one team that's going to take up the fight against them. It's 2 teams with a good angle as 420 gets down again.
I mean, this is miserable right now. They're right out in the open. The moment the smoke sort of gets dissipated, they're going to be prone to shots from 2 different directions over here. So Team Bablu, they need to think fast. They need to think smart, because Max, they're slowly but surely trying to close in on the gap. And now Team Envy knows exactly where Team Bablu is, and all they are concerned about is Max's position right now. Dani taking some heavy fire, but gotta commend Team Bablu for making it so far inside the circle, with those nades being flung over onto them, those ship damage being taken down by the players. This is gonna hurt them so much. Now in this trifecta of death, or the Mexican standoff, we call it, right? It is all gonna come down to which 2 teams are gonna be engaging first on each other, and there you have it. Sex Pistol opening things up on Dani, but there you have Dread taking down KSF. A perfect setup, we can say it, Ocean.
Look at this, look at this, look at this. Asad gets spotted down. He might as well be taken down all the way, speed though. Bablu's facing the wrath from both the directions as a nade comes down onto them. Zapian is the last one surviving, but will he be able to give a revive to his teammates and make the players survive onto this one? He's throwing stun grenade. Now he gets a good frag, but it's too late. Bablu, they do get eliminated. NB versus Maxi. This is an important fight as it's a 4v3 situation. Maxi, they do have 12 onto their name. They have 12 kills, but will they end by 15 or not? Or will NB just take this game with not having the player advantage, but they do have the zone advantage for themselves? It's important. Well, the zone's coming up. NB, they were moving on to the circle, but it's a bit too late as one player goes down. Second player goes down. One final player remaining. It's important for Maxi. 12 kills onto the name. Are they going to end it with 15? Looks like it. Moving forward, they do get a brilliant chicken dinner for themselves.
Wow, I mean, again, another chicken dinner for the evening, and Maxed Esports, take a bow, you guys. You are absolutely phenomenal. Again, now we're sort of kind of used to seeing them over here, right?
Yeah, definitely. Ocean.
What on earth is this? Am I seeing this correct? Has Max just taken the second spot in overall rankings? Is that number 2? This is where hard work takes you. That's it.
Oh my god, 15 kills, 30 total points coming up, 3,000 damage and second. With still days remaining, they have taken themselves to the second position with Red coming down with 3 kills, 974 damage, 7 assists.
I mean, right now, yes, Red, you've got some amazing numbers, but you know, this duo, right? We do see Acid and we do see Rahi, right? I mean, they have been so instrumental every single time. Even in that last fight, you did see that, you know, one Molotov being flung out, and that was the response. That is it, you know, enough to shut Bablu down, and that is what they did. And if you take a look at the top 4 players, again, you know, you're talking about Acid, you're talking about Rahi, the 2 big mammoths that, you know, are being are so instrumental in their squad's performance. Now they've got those 2 kills. Now again, we're talking about new squads, we're talking about dark horses. Here they are, here to dominate. Now no one really thought by the end of today's evening we're going to be witnessing Max at the second spot, but here they are, people. Here they are, here to dominate, here to rule. But that being said, I think this is a really good resurgence coming out from the lads of Freestyle, and a much needed breather from Team Bablu. I think Team Bablu has sort of taken that 3rd spot for themselves, and it has sort of been shoved down onto where it's the 4th spot. Now, this sort of brings me down to the conversation, right? I8. They delayed so much. They delayed in getting, in fact, I think it has got a lot to do with the curveball, Ocean, right? You know, this is again something that you were talking about. We were sort of anticipating that farm circle, but it kind of took that little shift towards Milta, and that is where all the magic happened.
Definitely, and you know, we'll see about that magic coming down into the Oppo F9 Pro moments. This is the early fights, and everyone was just focusing onto the farm area. They know it's an open area, but they know there are 1 or 2 main compounds. If you take those compounds in the early stages of the circle rotations of those fights, then obviously you have like 90% of the game for you. But this is where the zones started forming up, and this is where the teams were taking some brilliant fights. And talking about it, man, Maxed Esports is unleashing their maxed out performance, and they are just doing it with ease for themselves. Look at this. This is a 1v1 skirmish. It's like, you 3 players just stay onto the backlines. I'll go for a straight up fight, and they did it with ease. Again, 3,000 damage. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this is ridiculous, right? And this is something that they deserve. 15 kill chicken dinner again. I mean, they have been so good. And every single time I'm going to come in tomorrow, I think I'm going to be watching out for these lads. And I mean, for all the viewers watching out there, you got to say it, right? You know what you got to do. Just spam in that chat section, maxed OP.
Yeah, I mean, definitely you should.
Deserve it,
because I would say, you know, I don't know, obviously they might be having their own good catchphrase, but I just want to say that it's maxed out performance that Max Esports is showcasing, a proper maxed out performance. 146 per QWERTY, 134 for Max, Bablu with 132, I8 with 125. It's still a close affair in top 5, I would say, with Quantum Rage with 117.
Yeah, I mean, Quantum Rage, I think this was one of those teams that were sort of in maintaining that top spot yesterday. Today, we did see that downfall. Team QWERTY, I mean, the kind of a lead that they had maintained for themselves yesterday, and courtesy to the 2 games that they played today, they still held on to that first spot. But Team IH, after that first game, I really thought that today was supposed to be their evening up until the point, Max just comes in with those 2 beautiful chicken dinners, one in Sanhok and one in Erangel respectively. But look at the competition, it is so very close. I mean, Team Sky, X Generation, everyone's sort of close to each other. But as we take a look at the lineup of Team Max, look at Acid, look at Rahi, look at all those scales. I mean, they've been so good.
I mean, they definitely have been so good. They are brilliant. We talk about 17 kills, 20 kills, 14 kills, 10 kills. Every player out here is showcasing brilliant gameplay, and it comes down to 3 players who have a survival time of more than 20 minutes. Obviously, one player Asad does not have that much survival time. That means he is the one that's bringing the fight to the team, and the team is capitalizing on it, which is a good thing.
But there you have it, the kill leaders, being taken up by the big guns themselves. We've got Wolverine still leading the chart, 29 points. And I mean, you're talking about Wolverine, Crypto definitely can't be far behind. And there comes our beautiful man, Adele, making his way in. And I think he was really phenomenal yesterday. Today, he's sort of been silent, kind of been shut down, and kind of reflects in his average survival time. But as we go along, you've got the entry from IH, Johnny, who's been really good when he sort of gets his moment to shine. But the only problem with Johnny has been that he kind of tends to be in really precarious spots, and he gets picked off pretty early on. So if IH can work on that one thing in trying to keep Johnny alive, I'm really sure they can again pull off a comeback tomorrow as well.
Probably they can, but for that, obviously, we'll have to look at tomorrow. And obviously, these teams will have to look onto their gameplays of today. Today is going to bring them a better tomorrow if they just plan on it today. But Max obviously coming up with good damage, good knockouts, good total points that they are securing for themselves. Kills coming down with I8 and Envy coming down with good heals for themselves. So all in all, every team did try to just showcase a pretty good gameplay. But these are the teams that outshine today.
Yeah, I think, the way this entire day has been, of course, we're going to say it, right? It's been maxed all along. The day started when everyone started sort of speculating, yes, I8 is back. Now they're going to give QWERTY a run for their money. But both QWERTY and I8 have sort of had the similar kind of storyline. One gets taken down, the other does not fall far behind. They just go down along with them. And this sort of gives room for the other teams to really step up. And that is exactly what we saw. Teams like Unpredictabl coming in, then Max getting those 2 back-to-back chickens. I mean, we're talking about the finals. This is it. This is the hype that has been created. And yes, every team wants it so bad, so desperately. Now, we'd been talking about Freestyle also making a comeback, and well, they certainly did in terms of kills. Well, we're looking out for those chicken dinners from their side, but well, ladies and gents, that was all about today's matches as we are finally done with the games for the evening. Of course, we're going to be calling it a night. We're going to see you tomorrow, so same place, same time. So you don't forget to tune in. Till then, take care, bye-bye, and have a good night.